all these monkeys in and they're just jumping back and forth over it? I don't know. They're still on the loose. Some of them are still on the loose, though.
Oh, they are.
So they got 25 of the 43.
Correct.
Okay. So
the other 18 are hanging out in your backyard.
They're in my backyard?
The other 18 are like suckers.
Exactly.
By the way, we should point out, when Pat first brought up this story of all the animals out of the zoo, whatever, in South Carolina, CC does have a home there, and immediately during a break went to his live security footage to make sure his home was not a zoo.
Exactly.
It was last summer when you had a wedding with too many people.
You said it, not me. I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
Okay, whatever. Next one, Pat.
Canty, I think people owe you an apology again. You said that you could see Caleb Williams going the way of Justin Fields and Mitch Trubisky, so on and so forth, all of the Bears quarterbacks ever. And people said it was ridiculous and took shots at you, like Dan Orlovsky, and you let him right off the hook. Didn't say a word to him about it. Turns out you're exactly right.
I didn't say a word about it because I honestly forgot.
Why did you let him off the hook on the bet? I was confused about that.
Because the Bengals aren't making the playoffs,
right? But you had the double whammy of 11-6 and the playoffs. So in other words, if they go 9-8 and make the playoffs, you lose.
Yeah, and that's fine. But they're not going to make the playoffs. Evan, hear me clearly. The Bengals' season is over. They are not making the playoffs. Why do we want to keep hoping against hope? They're not a good football team. They're 4-6, and the only 4 wins they got are against teams that have 2 wins. They're not good. They're not making the playoffs. So it doesn't matter what I said and letting them off the hook for the wins. The Bengals aren't making the playoffs. It's over.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Bennett, Burkett on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Hello, friends, and feel free to get involved in the program via the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646, or just call in like Cal May did last week, Doug, to share a little story about Butch Patrick.
I think we asked him to call in, to be fair.
I like the Butch Patrick story. I'm a huge Eddie Munster guy.
It's just wrapped.
And I think we're going to replay it. Doug is back from the Hamptons, and that is the lead according to Jackson's dossier.
Wow. The lead?
It says Doug's trip to the Hamptons, Martin's visit to Columbia, and Brendan Schaefer's weekend taken to the woodshed.
Oh, I might have added that to the dossier.
I never know, is this Jackson's work in the dossier, or does Martin come in with his own ad-libbing?
Well, I think that's the benefits of a fluid, organic dossier.
Is that right?
Is that if I write
Anybody
it,
say
you
that
write
to you when you were in California, Doug? Fluid, organic
they
dossier?
didn't use that kind of words, no.
But that's the thing is, it's not, did Martin write it, did Jackson write it? We wrote it. If it's on there, we wrote it.
Team.
We're trying to be more about we.
Okay.
We stand on business.
All bound.
Doug, you're back.
Well, it's great to be back. It's nice. You missed
Don't
3
be so
days.
mad about it.
Missed 3 days. I feel like I was gone 2 weeks.
And that's because you were in Palm Springs at the Madison Club, and you shot 2 under on Thursday. Well done.
I was at the Hamptons, and I visited with Billy and Elton and Pink while I was out there. Yeah. I went to Palm Springs and then tried desperately to rent a car. Finally got it done. And then drove like an hour straight up a mountain around windy roads. I'm lucky to be here, fellas.
Oh, no,
it was a harrowing drive. Every turn you could miss, any turn you missed, you're dead. It was like Idlewild, California. You ever heard of that?
Only because you were mentioning that's where you're going.
It's a little village in the top of a mountain in the San Bernardino National Forest. Beautiful place. Not easy to get there.
Yeah. Where'd you fly into?
First Vegas and then Palm Springs. Tried renting a car. You know how long it took me to rent a car?
How long did it take you to rent a car?
2 hours. I stood in line. 2 hours. There was like 20 people in line. 3 people there to service them. 2 hours in line. The first guy would go in, and the person would stare at the computer. They'd take their driver's license, stare at the computer for 15 or 20 minutes, and then simply walk away. That's all we'd see of them. And come to find out, they'd go looking for the keys to the car. They would go clear out in the parking lot. 2 hours I was in this line. And then when I got the car, I saw people that checked out a half hour before me still wandering the parking lot, wondering if anyone was going to get them the keys to their car. It was the darndest thing I'd ever seen.
Was there confusion because your reservation was under Vaughn? V-A-U-G-H?
No, the spelling was all correct. I rented it and paid for it all before I ever left. It should have been easy.
Should have traded that, baby. Should have traded it out.
I'd never seen anything like it. And every other rental car had a counter there. People in and out, no problem. Budget, I guess, was maybe $5 cheaper than the others, so that's where everybody rented. It took 2 hours.
Glad Doug's back. Speaking of Doug's back, turn around and drop that thing, boy.
All right, that's enough.
That's from Martin's Pincushion.
All right, let's get some discipline going.
Who's also saved is Dickie Betts. Is he Dickie Betts or is he Martin's Pincushion? Jackson?
I like both. I think, depending on the day. But today he seems more like Martin's Pincushion.
I noticed a texter last week just has their phone number, but they sign it every time Martin's Dangly Bits. And I think they're trying really hard for Jackson to type that in there, but you have not done it yet.
Well, you kind of sometimes need to give it a couple of days so that someone...
So you can go through the text inbox request dossier.
That, and so people can confirm their choices. Because someone could be Martin's Dangly Bits one day, and then, Doug's front butt the next.
Oh, jeez. What kind of talk is this?
Jackson's out of line.
Got a real show today. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
I was just kind of riffing.
Yeah, you were. How about Tommy Hart on the show at 8 o'clock? Called the game.
Tom Hart, friend of the show.
And from Como.
Beta Theta Pi. And was there on the call on Saturday night in Columbia. And I think he's going to be in Columbia East this Saturday for the Missouri-South Carolina game. I believe. Doug, 3:15 kick.
Okay, don't say kick.
What's wrong with it?
It's a 4-hour show. You got time to say kick off.
Mizzou 7-2, probably. I'm going to say about an 8-point favorite because they always beat South Carolina.
Ooh.
Jackson?
I think they're going to be dogs.
I'm kidding.
Oh.
13.5 points.
I was kidding.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry.
13.5
We're
points.
riffing. 13.5.
Well, if they can keep it within 13, you'd feel pretty good, wouldn't you?
No.
Do you think you give them much of a chance to win?
It's so hard to tell because I don't know who Drew Pine is. Is he second half against Oklahoma Drew Pine, or is he second half against Bama Drew Pine?
Well, you're part of the problem. Questioning the quarterback. You don't stand on business. You're not a true fan. You're just not. Coach Drink had a big day. He's mad at everybody.
Colonel wrote about that. Colonel's going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. And he wrote about that. He keeps receipts.
He keeps receipts from everyone. Do you think Bob Stoops gives a rip about Mizzou beating Oklahoma? I just thought it was weird. Like, you won the game. It's great. Enjoy it. You're mad at the fans for booing Drew Pine. I get all of that. Yeah. I just, like, Bob Stoops was 8-1 against Mizzou. Oklahoma's 32-5 against the Tigers since 1970. I just don't think that's when you spike the ball. Sorry.
He likes
Hate
to
me,
say
Mizzou fans.
He likes to say, "I told you so."
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
But still, it was a huge win.
It was great.
It was a huge win. It was horrendous football for the first half. But that fourth quarter, couldn't beat that for entertainment
that was
value.
entertaining. I'm telling you. Doug, I leapt out of my chair watching it with my wife, and I yelled, "Ball!"
Oh, you did?
I did. I really did.
Just so Mizzou would know to cover it?
It's a habit.
It worked.
And I leapt out of the chair, and I yelled, "Ball!" And my God, there they were, and picking it up after, 2 scooping scores in a matter of 2 minutes.
When Oklahoma did it, I said, sure, I expected something like this. I don't have to like it, but I get it. Oklahoma's going to win. Mizzou going to Mizzou. This is the way it's going to end.
Tiger Mike said it's the north end zone. He said, think about it. Last year you had the kick by the thicker kicker into the north end zone, scoop and score into the north end zone. So maybe the Mizzou thing is going away, boys. Let's go to Columbia SC this weekend. What do you say? Let's load up.
Should we do a remote?
Maybe if we have the trivia night Friday. Otherwise, I'd say we'd drive.
All
right, never mind.
That's right.
But PJ...
St. Gabriel's Friday night.
Yeah, PJ from St. Gabe's to South Carolina.
It's actually not bad to do.
Tony Romo did it. He's at Mizzou on a Saturday night. Then he's at the Dallas game on Sunday.
Does anyone know why he was there?
His wife went to Mizzou, apparently.
He's at KOMU.
Got it.
Journalism school student. Yes.
So he's got to go to all the Mizzou games because his wife went there?
That's correct.
That's part of the deal.
That's part of the deal.
Had he been at a Mizzou game before?
Probably.
Well, I mean,
imagine.
of note.
Martin, you're crowdsourcing right now.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here in the YouTube chat, where 128 people have already gathered in the TMA YouTube chat, 35 in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Let me read the 101 ESPN YouTube chat to try to generate support.
If you could.
Doug, do you pronounce it Azan White?
Let's go with that, yo.
A-Z-A-A-N?
Sounds like Azan to me.
Starting early on the stream, John Scores says, morning, boys. John Fitzgerald says, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the band known as Empty Barrels Make the Most Noise, or for short, Watch Your Back.
Okay.
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
Okay.
Doug, you are irreplaceable. You know how I know this?
No.
Because while you were out, we had Rich Gould sitting in that chair. We had Joey Vitale sitting in that chair.
Nice.
Andy Strickland sitting in that chair. Josh Schertz, the Billikens head coach, in that chair for over an hour.
Yeah.
Really?
And offered to fill in whenever Doug was away. I believe he actually
And he
did.
said, you can coach the Billikens.
I'll trade him
He's
jobs.
going to fill in.
He probably makes $3-4 million a year.
Yeah.
I think it's 2.
I'll trade him.
He could get a rental car if he wanted one. But
I probably could. Not at this place. He couldn't. Didn't matter who you were.
Sorry, that's my fault.
What you paid or what you wanted.
Do the YouTube texters have normal names and then the other fellas don't?
Let me take a look. Let me go into the TMA one.
Do they have any weird ones?
There's the old hipster says that, yes, thank you to our veterans here on Veterans Day. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Doug. Missed that cute face. That's from John Scores.
No,
MD
Johnny.
2020, which means Doctor 2020. Says, morning, cuties. Glad Doug is back and bringing that zaddy energy. Are you bringing zaddy energy?
I kind of do, Tim. I don't even have to try.
Look at that quarter zip.
Effortless as much as anything.
I'd say.
Did Doug take a Katessi Chattel? That was something you ran into at another rental
No,
counter.
Didn't have that. This place wasn't that sophisticated.
Would you like to...
Suck it, Doug.
Now there's Edmonds. Would you like to bring Martin up to speed on the Katesi-Chattel incident of spring training 2019, I believe it was?
That's when I tried to rent a car down in...
Jupiter.
In Jupiter, yeah. And the guy renting the car had a very thick Indian accent. And he told me after I rented the car, while he was giving me the paperwork, that now I must take the Katesi-Chattel. And I said, I don't want it. I have insurance. I'm fully insured. I don't want a Katesi-Chattel. He said, no, you must take Katesi-Chattel. I don't want it. I have insurance. I don't need a bigger car, a GPS, nothing else. Oh, but you must take Katesi-Chattel. I don't want it. On and on we went like this. Finally, the supervisor came over and pointed to a sign that said, courtesy shuttle. And I said, oh, this is what Katesi-Chattel is. It's the courtesy shuttle. Yes, you must take it to get to the car. Back and forth we went for 15 or 20 minutes till I figured that out.
You have real issues with these rental car desks.
I really do.
Oh, he'll be gone soon. That's all right.
Oh, it was exhausting.
I thought maybe Doug would be running for office out in California. Set him straight, Doug.
Nah, you can't win out there.
Okay.
The first half was so good Saturday that I left and went to Willie's and had to be carried back to the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
They carried him back.
The Ritz-Carlton of Columbia.
That's the Jury East.
I had the kids there on Saturday. And
Did you spend the night?
No, we were driving back, so we left after the third quarter. True admission. We decided.
wow.
You're no true son.
We decided ahead of time. The kids.
What a stunning moment.
Well, I think they were ready to leave after the first quarter. But we kind of agreed ahead of time. They wanted to go, get the whole atmosphere, get the experience. In the first half, my daughter, who's 14, said, can they throw it backwards? Because they were throwing all these passes that were sort of sideways. And she was wondering if that was allowed. I said, yes. You should have heard the banter. I wish I had recorded the audio of the fans. Because
what were the fans saying?
Just saying, this is the worst offense I've ever seen. Now, I would have done that. Then Drink would have had to call them at their place of business and stand on his business. People were saying, how can he be this bad? The Drew Pine looked like Nick Foles, 2015 Rams, and then, God bless him, came through in the clutch, did a great job. But he was having a rough game. He'd had a rough game, and fans did start to boo late in that first half. Fans were a little restless.
Who were they booing? Were they booing Pine?
I think the offense in general, just the lack of production, just the boring nature of the game, it was electric. It really was. The place was packed. My guy, Coach Griggs, who's been around Mizzou forever, he said it was one of the best atmospheres he's been at in 20 years. He compared it to the Nebraska Thursday night game in terms of the fan. And I mean, it was a night game. So I think you had the all-day tailgating experience. And it was packed. I mean, to Mizzou's credit, to Drinkwitz's credit, people bought in. They were there raring to go to take on Oklahoma. You used to see a lot more Sooner fans. There weren't that many Oklahoma folks either. I think they're a little down on their squad right now.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Seems like. But it was great. A lot of fun.
Typical Mizzou fans leaving a game early. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Not happy with you.
Did you at least listen on the radio?
Oh, of course. I love listening on the radio. I did. I really enjoyed it. And the kids were like, can we just get some Taco Bell? They weren't too worried about it. Not too worried about it. Now, had I gone with some, if it was a shooting match, Tim, would have spent the night. Coach Carlton, I believe, stayed down there overnight.
Yeah, James Carlton, sponsor of Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, was spending the night. I talked with James on Friday.
Yeah, it would have been a great night to be in Columbia. Maybe not a great family trip. I should have rethought this. Take them to, like, the Vandy game.
You could have been carried from Willie's to the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia like the Warson Woods Wacko was.
But it was great. Great experience. I struggle with the ticketless entry with the phone because the phones don't work real well with the big crowds. And I'm just a moment of panic. You're walking through the gate and your phone's just not coming up. I swear we have tickets. Hold on.
You think maybe you deleted it?
Yeah, I'm like, hold on. Where to go? We have tickets. I swear.
That must happen to some people where it never opens up, right?
And then you get to the ticket taker. What do? I swear I've got great seats. They're on my phone. Just hold on.
I don't know what you do.
You download it to the Apple Wallet, and then it's saved on the phone. Your Golden Grams, baby. Golden Grams.
I don't know.
I download tickets to the Apple Wallet before, and then I can't find the Apple Wallet.
Really? The hell's going on?
Well, I'm not bright.
Doug, you know who is bright?
Collier and Thompson.
Yeah, they are. Sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on anything and everything. Tom Hart at 8 o'clock, Chris Kerber at 9:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and then Martin, you've booked a band for us, right?
Oh, yeah, my Irish friends.
Irish friends.
Yeah, well, the best part of it for you fellas is that they are from Tullymore, Ireland. These guys are from Tullymore.
What are the chances?
home of the Tullymore Do. But
That's
the
right.
band Jig Jam was the house band at McGurk's. So McGurk's will bring musicians over and put them up for a couple of months. These guys came from Ireland. They loved it so much. They wrote a song about McGurk's. They've been touring the country. And my guy Dahi will be here at 10 o'clock to tell you. His name is Dahi. And I like every time I text him, he will write back, brilliant. It's sort of like Tim's Lemmings. Everything I say comes back, brilliant. I sent him the address for Hubbard. He wrote back, brilliant.
Wasn't there a commercial where they did that?
I think Guinness did a whole thing on brilliant. He's a really fun guy, and it's great because they're from Ireland, and they love our city.
Oh, is that right?
It's kind of like Demoff. If we'd played some Rams games in Tullymore, then they'd all be coming
They'd
here.
all be here. The tourism magic. Well, so you can participate just like Tom Hart, Chris Kerber, Gabe DeArmond will via the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, Callier and Thompson coming to my house on Thursday. As a matter
Oh,
of
are they
fact,
really?
They are indeed.
Boy, they'll get you fixed up real nice. Like Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have been the owners there for more than 20 years, and they've assembled a staff that's just the best in town. Their employees have more than 160 combined years of experience now. These people know what they are doing. Maybe you don't want to move because you like the neighborhood and your kids are settled in school and it's a hassle to move, but you're still not real happy about the house. Collier and Thompson can turn your home into a showplace. It's a great investment in your home. To get it fixed up, they do kitchens and bathrooms and basements, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace, offices. They'll move walls around on your first floor to open things up. They can handle anything in your house, and they do an absolute first-class job. You ought to check out some of the before and after pictures on their website. Just really incredible, some of the work they have done. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award for ethics. It's just the place to go when you want a job and you want the job done right. They have licensed contractors in all kinds of fields. You don't need to go to 5 or 8 different places to get your house remodeled. They've got it all right there in-house with their own electricians and plumbers, tile and drywall installers, their own carpenters, you name it. Need an appliance for the holidays? They carry the big names, Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. They do just a first-rate job. Quality is really what they are after. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Get involved on the program. Collier & Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. 2 different YouTube channels for you. The TMA YouTube channel. And I see Chairman Kurt, you just said proofread, please. That's the last post I saw when I went in there. What's going on?
What are we proofreading?
In the YouTube chat, Engine Joe said that you guys want butchy emails. You need butchy emails. They're not always exactly
Martin, Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man writes in emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day that oftentimes feature his experiences with his buddy Butchie, who would sleep with some of his buddy's parents.
Punctuation is often an enemy of the butchy email.
I think he won. Doug, did he win the September Design Air?
Don't know the years.
Email standings? Yeah.
Oh, I met Biff's brother. I forgot to tell you guys.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Biff's brother at the Mizzou tailgate before the game. He said, "Hey, Martin, I'm Biff's brother." I said, "From the show? Biff and Friends?" He said, "Yeah." And
Biff and Friends! Biff and Friends!
And then Biff's brother's...
Oh, Biff and Joe.
Biff's brother's wife said, "Oh, don't hold that against us."
Yeah. Well,
seem like great people.
Was that an endorsement?
I feel like now I'm connected to the Biff crew.
they've been to some of our live events. Great guys.
Yeah.
Is there an argument going on in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat over Martin and Eli Drinkwitz? Is that what I'm sensing here?
Oh, boy.
Chairman, are you in there? Chairman monitors everything.
I hang out in the TMA one, but I'll migrate
You'll monitor
over.
over
what
there.
you got.
All right, we have all kinds of nonsense here on the program today. Big weekend, Blues, Martin problematic. Another 8-1 loss. You don't see too many of those, much less 2 in a matter of 11 days. Got that going on. Really blunt comments in particular from Braden Shen and Justin Falk following the game. And Eli Drinkwitz also with some very blunt comments following Missouri's win over Oklahoma. You are welcome to participate anytime in the many ways that we offer here on TMA. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back to Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to let you on the air via the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Doug, you're back from Southern California. For years, you have been choosing the lead on a Monday morning. Martin, we call it a Sadie Hawkins. Doug is the cute little girl on the other side of the hall at the square dance, and she walks across and picks which boy she's going to dance with.
That's who I am? I don't want to play that role.
It's very visual.
I don't like that. I got to pick the lead. I guess it's Mizzou.
Fight Tiger, beat Sooner.
Okay.
Martin, do you agree with Doug's selection at the Sadie Hawkins?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a lead. Chiefs are 9-0. We'll get to that.
Missouri Chiefs.
But
anybody blocking it all on that Broncos front line?
There were a potpourri of people who I think blocked that kick. Had like 3 different guys. Missouri with the thrilling victory. If you went to every Missouri home game this year, you had your nonsense games against Murray State and Buffalo. But Boston College, and then in particular Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma have delivered in a major way as far as excitement goes. And what took place in the final 8 minutes and change Saturday night became, I think, the most exciting SEC game, even though it certainly was probably 4th or 5th on the rankings of interesting SEC games. Alabama LSU was not one. And by the way, Doug, you missed it on Friday.
What did I miss?
Watch this. I love LSU.
I don't know what you're doing with your tongue.
Love that. Paid handsomely if you took LSU in the 50 points. And then Georgia got hammered by Ole Miss. Didn't see that one coming either. Missouri, Oklahoma covering the over easily. Didn't see that coming, but it was incredibly thrilling. The biggest surprise to me, though, was how great Drew Pine was throwing the football in the second half. Eli Drinkwitz implied that was set up. Did you hear that in the postgame?
I did, that it all went according to plan.
That he purposely played poorly early?
He said they were setting him up by doing the running game early. They were setting him up for the passing game. And basically, that was the whole game plan. I had the drive chart. I wondered why fans were a little upset in the building there on a Saturday at Faroe. The drive chart combined, Mizzou, Oklahoma on Saturday, first half, punt, fumble, punt, field goal, downs, field goal, punt, field goal, punt, field goal.
Well, they were setting him up.
Okay, sorry. Hey, credit to Mizzou. It was a thrilling way to win a game, even if Oklahoma's down. I said this on TV last week when people were sort of, who cares? It's still Oklahoma, and if you're a Mizzou fan, any chance you get to beat the Sooners, that's a big deal. So I'm excited for Mizzou. I'm excited for the fans who've lost all those years to the Sooners. It's certainly not a Bob Stoops era team. They're struggling a little bit this year in Norman. I think that's fair to say, but you still want to win every game you play. When the Cardinals beat the Pirates, you're happy. You just want to see your team win. Coach Drink that was fired up. Did you see the on-field? Do we have that audio? With Cole Kublik?
Yeah.
And he said he inserted.
Cole Kublik does a hell of a job.
He inserted the playoff conversation.
Yes,
Jackson has the audio.
Do we have that?
No, I'd like to hear it. Hit the lever, please, Jackson.
What does this do for your football team moving forward? I know you know about your team. You know about their demeanor. What does this do for you moving forward from now?
It gives us another win, keeps us in the playoff hunt. That's right, I said it, playoff hunt. MIZ.
He was done with the interview at that point.
When he said MIZ, what's the reporter going to do? He's not going to do he's not talking to Gervino. You're not going to get the ZOU back. But he said it, Doug. He said it.
He did.
Playoff.
He did. I mean, he was, national TV? And he had like 30 seconds for the reporter, and then he had to move on to other business. Oh, well. Pine did make some good throws in the fourth quarter. I thought those last two, one of them to Burden, that was pretty much on Burden. That was a good play.
Yes,
and the one to Theo Weiss, same thing. He made a big-time catch there.
Theo Weiss catch.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Not only to be able to catch it, but to then be able to get his foot in bounds. Holy crap. It reminded me, Martin, were you at the 2014 SEC Championship game? They played Alabama a decade ago.
I was not. I want to say Chuck Marlowe was probably there.
Okay, I went to that game. I went to both the Auburn and Alabama games back-to-back years in Atlanta, and in that game, it got to a point where they clearly just had zero chance, that Matty Mock was just kind of throwing the ball up, and that was the offense, and hoping that either they'd get a PI or a miracle catch. And I feel like with both the Burden play and the Weiss play, it was an example of what I think we hoped the receivers were going to be for Missouri this year, in that they made those catches. There wasn't necessarily separation, but they made those catches. God, was that great. But to get that drive going, you know, there was a quick slant pattern to Theo Weiss, and Pine put it perfectly to him. So, I mean, that's what he was doing in the first half is kind of limited to what the game plan was, which was to not let him throw. And I don't know whether it was we're going to bait and switch for the second half, as Drinkwitz indicated, or if they were just in a spot where it was kind of desperate and they're going, okay, we're just going to throw because we got to. And that actually allowed him to show what he looked more like when he was quarterbacking Notre Dame and won 8 games for the Fighting Irish 2 years ago.
I think that's what it was. I don't buy the bait and switch thing.
Wow.
I think they were desperate. They had to throw. You're down to like the last minute and a half of the game. He's got to throw. And he did, and the receivers bail him out. Well, I don't know, bail him out, it might be a little harsh.
Yeah.
Because he put it close, and the receivers went up and got it.
The ball to Weiss was good. It was just unbelievable that Theo got that 1 foot, because that foot didn't seem like the one he would want to land on. It would seem like he would want to land on that outside foot instead. But to put his foot down inbounds like that was... He's such a good possession receiver. Like he did that against LSU last year, too, where he just has incredible footwork and technique.
Well, I think it's a reminder how good those receivers are. We talk all about it. I just don't think they've had people to get them the ball. That's been the frustration. If those guys were on a lie detector, they'd say the same thing. We're capable of making some big plays. I think Burden would love to make more big plays. I think Weiss would like to have more opportunities. But passing the ball in that first half, I mean, these throws were into the ground. They were 10 feet over people's heads. I mean, it was bizarre. I didn't realize it was all part of the plan. I just didn't know.
Yeah. It's a pretty risky plan, really.
When he talks about the playoffs, Jackson, you love to give percentages. We'll go around to the dais here on percentage. Missouri makes the college football playoff. I think you put it at 0.2 last week. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll up it to 1%.
Ooh, nice. A more 10.
Assuming they run the table, which is what it would take, I'll give them a 4% chance.
I'll Price is Right you and make it 5% chance.
And I guess I got to Price is Right you and make it 6% chance. Chairman
Tim is such a homer. Wow, 6% chance.
Chairman Kurt.
3%.
Wow.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6. Jackson at point what? Or
I'm at 1%.
Oh, so you got 2 as well.
I just don't see. There's a situation where there's like 6 or 7 SEC teams that are 10-2, and Missouri would easily be the worst out of them all, or at least have the worst win.
I think, in addition to the fact that their best win would be South Carolina, in order for this to all play out, that you have 4 Big Ten schools that are getting into the area of being guaranteed to go in. So if you got the number 12 seed from, whether it be Boise State or otherwise, and so you got 1 there, you got the Big 12, you got the ACC, even if they're single bid schools, there's 3. Then you have your SEC guaranteed school and your Big Ten school, that's 5. If there's 3 more Big Ten schools, let's say Oregon wins it just for the sake of the conversation, Ohio State, Indiana, and Penn State are all real likely to get in. Now you have 3 spots left. In addition to, let's say, I don't know who you're going to pick to win the SEC. I guess you can say Texas right now is the highest ranked. Tennessee is actually, by definition, leading the SEC.
Right.
And then who's going to get left out of that? So, when you're talking about Ole Miss, Alabama, Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, and then Missouri somehow because they're 10-2 with a win over South Carolina.
Right now, there are 8 SEC teams ranked higher than Mizzou.
Right. And then we still haven't mentioned Notre Dame yet either.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah, they look really good.
Right.
It's just that there's just not enough room at the table. And Missouri having a signature win of South Carolina, I don't think is going to get them that spot.
And Missouri is a 13.5-point underdog this weekend.
Yeah. Well, and I was comparing the schedules, right? Common opponents. Tim, they like to do common opponents. So Mizzou played Alabama. We all remember that. South Carolina played Alabama. At Tuscaloosa, they lost 27-25. They played at Oklahoma. and won 35-9. They played Texas A&M at home and beat them 44-20. They played at Vanderbilt and beat them 28-7. So in terms of common opponents, South Carolina has made some hay, I would say, or played much better than Mizzou did against those opponents. Take that for what it's worth. That's probably part of the 13.5. If Brady Cook plays, for sure. He was on with Frank Cusimano last night, and he said he was feeling pretty good. He said, I don't want to give away my playing status. I picked up that he's going to play, and maybe that was the plan.
Wow.
That was my takeaway. We can probably find the audio somewhere. Frank has Brady Cook every Sunday night, and he did not. I just picked up on it as him saying, well, we've had a plan. He said we had a plan all along, and he wasn't referring to the first half bad offense versus Oklahoma, that secret plan. So I think he's going to play. Does that change the spread? If I tell you on Thursday, or if Pete Thamel tells you on Wednesday that Brady Cook's going to play, then is the spread much different?
It meant 6 points when the Drew Pine thing gained traction last week. Missouri went from being about 3-point favorite to a 3-point dog. So does it go to 7.5 in this case? I'd be surprised. I mean, the Drew Pine in the second half looked like a totally different guy than he did against Auburn, against Alabama, and in the first half of the Oklahoma game.
But does Coach Drink think you can talk your way into the playoffs? You can't. So it doesn't matter. You can say that, and it sounds good, and you can troll Bob Stoops, and that can be fun for some of the fans. I don't think Stoops cares. It doesn't mean you're in the college football playoff just by saying it. And it would have been nice if Cole Kublik would have said ZOU. I mean, I don't know. Now we should be mad at him. I'm going to keep a receipt I'm keeping a receipt on Cole Kublik for not saying
the Loomster is not happy with Chairman Kurt.
Oh.
He says, Chairman Kurt's a fraud, and he sent it in caps. Chairman Kurt, your response.
Why would he say that?
He might be talking about. I was doing a little rage tweeting during the first half, which I never do, but I was in a bad way in that first half.
What were you tweeting?
I would pay for Kirby Moore's moving fees.
Wow, if only you had a blog and you were an accredited journalist, Drink would be on you.
But I've been on this team. I've been riding for them harder than anybody, so I'm allowed one misstep, and it was a rough first half, and I was ready to burn it down, but I stuck it out. I didn't leave like Martin did.
Oh, wow. Wow. Hey, I got kids, buddy. That was the plan. Poorly planned out. I did see Cousin Shane was there.
James Carlton's guy.
Yeah, he loves that guy. And I said, Cousin Shane is here as discussed with James Carlton on TMA. And I said, at this point, I wouldn't mind him playing quarterback. And I stand by the comment at the time.
Is it just impossible to watch your team play a poor first half without saying something really sarcastic online? No. Is it just impossible?
I limit my experiences to texting with like Martin and a group of my friends from
mean text.
High school and college. Yeah, it's just, I don't.
Coaches can't come after you for that.
Let's see. Todd Reesing's, they're coming for us all today.
Okay.
That ball was not good. Get off his D, Jackson. That's from Todd Reesing. Somebody's not happy with
good
me.
Season for the Beakers.
Excuse me, sir?
A good season for the Beakers so far.
That's Todd Reesing.
Yeah.
Is it really Todd Reesing? No.
No, this is a gentleman who went to Rock Chalk. KU beat Iowa State.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Jayhawks this weekend.
Oh, well.
Well, you have a little taste on Rock Chalk?
No, I just wanted them to get Iowa State out of the way.
To clear the path for Missouri.
There's a path to chaos, and that was one of the steps.
From the 314, Tim, tell us again in a humble brag how you were able to go to the top SEC games 10 years ago. It's from the 314.
How does that feel?
Been waiting 10 years to throw that out there. I think we need a magic wall in here, much like the electorate, and we need a path. Much like Kamala had
I would be curious what the path would look like.
Yes.
I mean, some asinine things would have to happen. I think it was probably a bad day from the path standpoint on Saturday. You agree with me, Chairman Kurt? Ole Miss could have been eliminated. You knew either Alabama, LSU were going to get a third loss, so that happened. BYU, and we have some sound from the Utah AD and Utah coach. Wow, Banty Roosters, big-time fines already handed out to Utah following that. And Indiana, who I'm actually polling for, since I don't think Missouri's going to be in it, I don't get how they shot up 3 spots. I mean, again, this is the coaches and AP poll. I don't put any value in it, but that wasn't like really impressive over a bad team. I mean,
they had to grind it
and
out.
Sharon Moore just lets the clock grind out. I don't know if I'm getting too far into the weeds on this. I don't know how many people are aware of that, but he had 3 timeouts left with a minute left and just let it run down.
Shut it down.
Yeah, I was just like, what the hell? I mean, I don't know if he's going to get a chance to stick around for a second season in Ann Arbor. All right, we are late for a break. Doug wants to tell people about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well, it's starting to get a little bit nippy, at least in the mornings now, so you got to make sure that your furnace is working right. How do you do that? Well, you call the fine folks at Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp's business. It's a 4th-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over tens of thousands of people since 1904, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and we are happy to have him. I've had Seth out to my house, and also some of his technicians have come out to work on my furnace and the air conditioner. Even if it's not malfunctioning right now, it's great to have it serviced, and then you make sure it's running well all the time. They're best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call. They will never upsell you anything. They will always give you exactly what you need and just what you need. That's how they train their employees. That's how they do, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.net. That's designair.net.
There it is, sponsor of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We've got a little war going now in the text inbox. Can we stop giving that bore that is the Loomster valued time on this here radio program? His act is tired and past its shelf date. Clown. That's from Mr. Smith.
They're actively warring. So
there is an active war going on there?
Seems like it.
Warson Woods Wacko, Mr. Licks, they are also actively warring. Loomster says dudes riding for the team and then says 3%. They're getting in, Kurt. 100%, baby. Side note, the Hurricanes are also frauds. That's from the Loomster.
Well,
comprehensive text.
I don't know that any of that's true. I don't think the Hurricanes are frauds. They had their one bad game, like almost every team in college football.
They've been kind of dancing with the devil, though.
Quite a bit.
Virginia Tech, California, Duke. It was finally time. They've been the undefeated version of Missouri. A lot of dancing with the devil.
That was a long time. The only other team with like more double-digit comebacks was Iowa State, and we've seen how that played out.
I wouldn't sleep on Notre Dame. I know they had the one horrendous loss to Northern Illinois.
Inexplicable.
But they have pretty much trounced everyone else, and they've played a couple of good teams.
There was free money being handed out on Saturday with the 26.5-point spread against a Florida State team that's just shut her down. And Notre Dame has to do that.
Yeah.
That's a spike. Notre Dame doesn't have a conference. Notre Dame has to do that. 52-3, your final on that one. All right, get involved on the program. A lot of college football talk in the first half of the show. And Tom Hart, who was on the call of the game in Columbia, friend of the program, University of Missouri product, is going to be with us at 8 o'clock. Chris Kerber at 8:15. It was not a good night at the Enterprise Center. My goodness. 8-1. And listen, Braden Shen and Justin Falk were openly critical of the effort following the loss on Saturday. You'll hear from them coming up. And you're welcome to participate in the conversation on the YouTube chat or by calling in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows, making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills. With their exclusive Super Spacer technology, these windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. And here's the best part. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your entire home, making it more comfortable and energy efficient. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose on Saturday night. Final score of 8-1 at the hand of the Washington Capitals. Off tonight. The Blues will play tomorrow night taking on the Boston Bruins. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game starts at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. tonight. Monday Night Football action here on 101 ESPN. Rams taking on the Dolphins. Kickoff at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls. The program is in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock. Our college football discussion in the first half of the show. And we welcome you to go back and podcast anytime you want on the program. Our 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. You don't see a lot of 8-1 losses over the course of a season. You really don't see a lot of 8-1 losses 2 times in less than 2 weeks. But for the Blues at home on Saturday night, Doug, that's exactly what they got.
Yeah. Man, when it happens one time in a year, you go, oh, well, you know, that stuff happens. When it starts to happen multiple times where you're really not in the game, that's when you really got to worry that maybe they haven't got the group together here to be competitive.
Braden Shen was quite critical of the effort, as was Justin Falk. And this was a different situation than the first one against Ottawa. And they did differentiate in those 2 games. On this one, they said they just mailed it in the third period. And that's a whole different conversation. Let's take a listen here to what the boys had to say.
focus on injuries and when you guys are good back. We have problems to fix right now with in a room with stuff like that happening. So, I think we'll be fine. We just have to, come together and get guys to, really believe that when we play the right way, we are a good hockey team. And when we let stuff slides, that's when, our problems kind of mount on top of us. So we have to play a hard game. We have to play a simple game. And when we do, it's effective. But when we don't, stuff like that happens.
And what was the Jeremy Rutherford tweet? Said it was the least competitive period they've played in 20 years, or the worst effort?
Yes, that's what he said of him covering the team. Yep.
In 20 years, and I don't think Braden Shen would disagree. I never understand, how does it happen? Shen obviously said we've got problems in the room to address. How is that possible? And it's early in the season. You would feel like, okay, what's the identity that's still evolving? But how is it possible that you have guys who are just not competing? We needed the Mike Yeo postgame where he said who did and didn't play a good game, because the list would have been long, I would assume, and who didn't play a game. Did it bother you they didn't take Binnington out? Producer Dave over at the Two Fox was hopping mad. He said, you don't do that to your Stanley Cup winning goalie. Get him out of there, because it's embarrassing to leave him out there to own it. I think it's also embarrassing to get the hook, to have to skate off the ice. I don't know if
it was only a 3-1 game going into the third
but
period.
At some point you say, okay, get him out of it. They did it in Hofer in Ottawa. They took him out and brought Binnington in when it was 5-1. It's not a big deal, but I wonder if Binnington, if it bothered him, like, hey, the routine is get me out of here. It's not the biggest issue, obviously, but I wonder if Shen could elaborate when he says we've got problems in the room. I mean, that doesn't sound good at all.
Rutherford wrote, I can't explain how on the heels of these, talking about some Blues alumni, including Kelly Chase, addressing the team last week. I can't explain how on the heels of that, the third period of the Blues' 8-1 loss to the Washington Capitals on Saturday night at the Enterprise Center was the worst effort I've seen in 20 years of covering the team. Yes, they lost by the same 8-1 score to the Senators on October 29th. It might be splitting the gray hairs on Ovechkin's head, but Saturday's loss was worse than the one just 12 days ago. There's unacceptable performances, and then there's giving up. The Blues, who went into the period trailing 3-1 and voluntarily cleared the way for the Capitals to tack on 5 more goals, gave up. And he says, before you think I'm trying to be dramatic or writing a clickbait story, please consider that there's a lot more, not more open and honest guy in the Blues roster than Justin Falk, and he was harsher than I was. Here's what Justin Falk had to say as Jeremy Rutherford writes in The Athletic.
Hit the lever, Jackie.
To be honest, I don't really have an answer for that. It's just, completely unacceptable. It's just not all right. I don't think that should ever happen. A situation like that. We need to have respect for each other, the game. Like, you can't just go out there and play summer hockey for a period and think that's all right at any point. We're grown men in this league and need to put in an effort that's acceptable, and it's not going to go your way every night, but you can't. That's unacceptable.
I hadn't heard that one before, summer hockey, but I like it.
I had a feeling when I heard him say that. I thought Monday morning at around 7 o'clock, Doug Vaughn's going to love to hear the phrase summer hockey.
I liked it a lot. Yeah. Well, there's nothing worse you can say about a guy than the effort wasn't there. It's one thing to say, well, we didn't execute, our performance was bad, but to challenge somebody's effort, that's as bad as it gets.
And across the board.
Yeah.
He said, with the exception of 3 guys, is what he said. We're getting blamed for the performance from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle. They text in. It's a joint account, Martin. TMA signing up to get its rights holder merit badge. The team isn't good, but you dorks spent the last several months falling all over yourselves to praise the guy who built the roster. It's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle.
Don't yell at us. We're sensitive. Well, they did lose their best forward and their best defenseman. Not that that's going to be an excuse for every game, but a lot of teams would struggle if you lost your best forward and your best defenseman to injuries. That hurts. Those guys get a lot of ice time, and they're very talented players.
Well, it's a talented enough team that they can sweep the Maple Leafs, who are kind of off and running now. I mean, there is talent there. I don't think anybody was predicting a Stanley Cup. I think people thought, all right, this team at least is competitive. I think they're good enough to contend for a final spot in the West, but that means you only have to be in 9th or 10th place, late in the season. I think they're still capable of that. I don't know that anybody was fawning over the squad or predicting great things.
So it sounds like you're at war with Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle now.
Yeah, I'm good with that, yeah.
If we were fawning, it was only because we were doing summer radio.
And looking for our rights holder merit badge.
Summer radio. I wouldn't mind some summer radio.
Limp Willie's going to start admitting that Kairu's way overrated and stands around unless somebody does the work, but when there's a goal, he acts like he's a star. He's way overrated. That's from the 618.
We had a big Jordan Kyrou breakdown, Doug, from Joey Vitale.
Yeah, he really did.
Sitting in that chair gave us a great Butch Patrick-esque answer. It was outstanding, but most of the focus was that Joey has a Christmas party that I'm not invited to.
Nor is Jackson, unless he dresses up as an elf, and Martin has to dress up as Santa Claus.
Santa, and then they said they could sit on your lap, all the ladies, and so that became more of a focus than the Kyrou breakdown. But Joey Vitale did have a nice Kyrou analysis.
And in a nutshell, what was it?
That he's a really talented guy.
Who's been working much harder this year, and he's playing a, Doug, you like to call a 200-foot game?
Yeah.
He's playing more of that fall hockey.
Yeah.
We want to get him to play in winter hockey.
Winter hockey is what you
We're
want.
just not there yet. But it actually, I think it's all part of the plan. To lose some 8-1 games, and I'm going to clip a few receipts on all you guys. And then in January, I'm going to throw them back in your face.
They're already 14 points behind Winnipeg.
It's part of the plan.
Winnipeg's off to the greatest start in the history of the league. What, 15-1?
14-1.
14-1 in 15 games. Stop it, you guys! And then I can't use this term. Pleasure yourselves to this ass hockey team every day.
Come on.
That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson is attracted to.
Find attractive, not attracted to.
Oh. Well, we like
Find
the team.
attractive, but not attracted to.
Well, I think I can identify that he's an attractive man.
Isn't it okay for us to like the local team?
No.
To root for them? To hope they do well?
My
To be optimistic?
my serious answer would be some of the shrapnel we're going to get is because we are the home of the Blues, and there's a ton of Blues coverage and conversation on this station. I think that's where some of that is coming from.
Yeah, no doubt. But still, I hate to be pessimistic about the team that I pull for all the time.
I've got him in the NHL playoff picture. There, I said it.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rights holder merit badge.
There, I said it.
You're brave.
BLU. Anyone?
ES.
Thank you.
Exclamation point.
Thank you.
Doug, we have an app, and it's sponsored by Schaefer Door Company, and they have Monday morning service. Thank you, Jason Gosrow.
Yeah. Schaefer Door and Jason has told us that for whatever reason, Monday mornings are the problems that come up most often for garage doors. I guess that's because maybe we're in and out more during the weekend. But they have a special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. I mean, they will get to your house, and they will get there toot sweet. I'll go ahead and give you the number. You can call them if you got maybe you got a problem right now. 636-782-3608. You didn't write it down. Here it comes again. 636-782-3608. That's the number for Schaefer Door. It's SCHAEFER. There's a couple other businesses in town that are called Schaefer, and some of them use 2 Fs. So the spelling is important that you get that right. SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or a warehouse that has a big, tall garage door, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs also. The business has multiple family members that have been working there for many years. They are big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them, you will talk to a real person, and they'll get you taken care of. The service techs are not commission-based, so you don't have to worry about them selling you something you don't need. That's what they did when I needed service. I just needed a strut. I didn't need a whole new garage door, and Schaefer Door took care of me. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. The website again, SchaeferDoor.com.
Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Right now, Buck Swope is battling it out with the JV golf coach, and my cousin Vinny, a new emailer, got a win last week. Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri and Oklahoma, going to be with us in the 8 o'clock hour, along with Chris Kerber, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt answering the phones. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Let's talk about Together Credit Union. It's great when you're in a credit union. There's no owner. All the profits roll right back to you, the customer. You own the bank, just like all the credit union members do. And right now, at Together Credit Union exclusive, St. Louis Zoo debit card. They've teamed with the St. Louis Zoo. And what does it mean? Well, when you make a purchase, they will round up. They're not going to ask you. It's not, hey, do you want to donate the little Jackie's trip to the Andes? No, they don't ask you. They just round up for you, and they throw that money towards the St. Louis Zoo, including their mission to build that St. Louis Zoo Wild Care Park in North St. Louis County. That's going to open in 2027. Together Credit Union, great part of the St. Louis community. And right now, get that St. Louis Zoo debit card, exclusive membership to the St. Louis Zoo that includes discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, plenty more. Sign up before the end of the year. You'll also receive a sea lion plush toy. Good for the kids at Christmas time. It's the St. Louis Zoo debit card. You can get it two ways. Stop by any local Together Credit Union branch. There are 14 in the metro area. Definitely one that is near you, or go online, togethercu.org backslash, I think it's had a stroke, /zoo Together Credit Union right now, partnering with the St. Louis Zoo.
It's the Morning After. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Tom Hart is going to be with us. He was on the call of Missouri and Oklahoma on Saturday night. Chris Kerber on the call of the Blues and the Caps. Both going to be with us coming up in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. Martin, you have a wonderful impression of Mike Kelly. It is a signature impression. I think it's on your Mount Rushmore. Take a listen, though, to Mike Kelly on the call of the scoop and score that sent Missouri to 7-2 on Saturday night at Faurot Field.
Arnold takes the snap, comes back over the middle, flush in the pocket, moving right. Ball comes free. Ball comes free, scooped up by Missouri. Zion Young at the 15 to the 10, to the house, to the house, to the house with 30 seconds to play. A scoop and score for Missouri. How do you like that?
I like that call.
I like
Good
that. How do you
call.
like that?
I like that call.
That feels like a lot of frustration with Oklahoma over the years. I enjoyed that, and they put out a video, too. I really enjoy seeing the booth reaction.
Yeah, that was
Howard
great.
Richards.
Howard Richards and young Hanks, who was an intern at Fox, too. He's their booth guy. He's a student, I believe, at Mizzou. I was afraid Howard was going to...
His name's Young Hanks?
His first name is Hanks, and he's young, so I called him Young Hanks.
His first name's Hanks?
Yeah.
Really?
You might know his dad.
Tom.
No, it is not. His first name is Hanks. Nonetheless, I thought Howard Richards might knock young Hanks over with his celebration, and they're all pumping their fist. It's a great video, and it was an exciting moment. It's a great call.
That was a great call, yeah.
It was a lot. Just because the spontaneity, how do you like that? Because it was very random, and because I was listening, Gervino had just said... setting up that drive by the Sooners, I kind of thought Oklahoma would play for overtime at that point. I'm a little surprised.
Tom Hart, you were obviously in the car on your way back. I'm watching the game on television, sitting there with my wife and my older son, and Tom Hart, to his credit, said, got to be careful here, and I think he might have specified Oklahoma's dreadful offensive line for a turnover, and he called his shot on that one.
And Gervino said they've turned the ball over a ton. He said, hey, you got to watch here. Maybe the Sooners will turn it over again. He said it right before that drive. Great call by Mike Kelly. A lot of and guys like Mike Kelly have been in this is 31st year, I think, calling Mizzou football. They've been on the wrong side of a lot of games, and that's why you're 7-2. And if Coach Drink trolls some folks, and maybe it's not my thing, but I'm happy for fans who get to enjoy 18 wins so far over the last 2 years.
Yeah, we had so many bad years. We should probably accept 7-2, even if it's not a real good team, and just be happy.
Yeah,
the stadiums are full, and we care again, and it's a thing.
Yeah, hell of an atmosphere Saturday night. You're right.
Martin, when you heard that call, where were you on your drive home since you gave up early?
I would say
Kingdom City. Chairman Kurt's fist pumping over Doug's.
I would say. I will say it was the plan all along. It wasn't because it was 10-9. Well, once they went up 10-9, I knew they had it in the bag because it was part of the plan.
Yeah.
I don't remember where we were, if it was Kingdom City.
Did you honk the horn or anything or scream?
No, I looked over and the kids all had headphones on. I was locked in on the game. When they had the Jamal Roberts fumble, I thought, oh, my God. I can't believe it's going to happen that way. It's such a Mizzou thing. And then they drove the field to tie. I'm like, all right, overtime. I said, this baby's going till like midnight. Yeah. I'll be sound asleep by the time this thing's over.
Game like that, do you have the urge to put it on your phone and try to watch it and drive at the same time? I know it's the worst thing you could possibly do, but it's still hard not to do.
I really enjoy college football on the radio. More than any sport, I think I really do. I think as a kid,
I agree with that. I
don't know why. As a kid, I used to listen to Bill Wilkerson, and I'd be like raking leaves in the neighborhood, the old transistor radio, and you had like a little dangly earpiece, which will now be an avatar or something. But I really enjoyed the call, enjoyed the game. I hope they can keep it going. But this South Carolina weekend now, you're kind of back to where you were. Not the same stakes, but A&M and Alabama, where you're kind of getting pulled back in. You're excited.
No, I can't wait to watch this game.
You can't wait for the game. So let's just hope there's not an anvil waiting on the other end of it. It'd be nice to see Mizzou play well in one of these big games.
You know where I was, Martin? On Molly under the strobe lights dancing at Willie's. That's from the Warson was Wacko, who had to be escorted back to his hotel with his family.
His family.
Not trying to be an ass, but is it required to have that tough and cool return music instead of the communards or acoustic sessions? Is it a shoot will fix that thing? Masking for a friend. Also, Martin hurt my family. Mitch, faith, character, core values, and team first. These are the four Cumsteins. Jackson, that's a question regarding the return music. He wants to hear acoustic sessions.
You're going to hear a lot. I mean, we used to come back twice. Now we're coming back 15 times.
Doug, 15 times.
So you're going to hear
this hour?
No, it's just like there's going to be a lot of that.
Okay.
So it's like, I got to pull it up. There's no reason to try to explain it because I'll just be told work harder, so I'll just do it.
Wow. You play some rock and roll. Just come back rock and roll.
I could explain it 100 different ways. Whatever, I'll just do it.
Foghead on a break. That'll do it.
Martin, Jackson maybe needs to visit Mentality. His daubers down from Mitch Cumstein's return music.
Hey, it's pretty simple, Jackson. If you're getting beat up over your music, go to Low T USA. I was talking to Kevin out at Mentality last week, and seriously, A lot of people think about testosterone. They're like, oh, I'll be better in the bedroom. I'll be better in the weight room. And he was talking about just your day-to-day routine. As you get older, your testosterone drops. And a lot of times you don't know the cause of your fatigue, your low energy, really even your focus. You got stuff you need to get done. Got a lot to get to. We're the Lot to Get To show. And the best thing to do is make sure your testosterone levels are good. You can do that at lowtusa.com. This is not something done online. In-person consultation. Let them know what your goals are. Maybe it is just fatigue or the weight gain you're getting, muscle loss. You want to fix that? You can do it. lowtusa.com, local company, Mentality Health, helping you get back in the game. If you have mood swings, irritability, all of this could be related to low T. They'll do an entire panel, all your blood work to find out your total health beyond your testosterone. They'll do the panel. They'll get you on the right path. lowtusa.com to find out more about Mentality Health.
There it is, Mentality, loyal sponsor of TMA, lowtusa.com. All right, we're going to close out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour at 8:06, and be joined by Tom Hart, who was on the call of Missouri, Oklahoma, coming up at the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, as well as Chris Kerber on the Blues 8-1 loss this Saturday night. That's all coming your way. You're welcome to get involved and watch the program, youtube.com/TMASTL. Very active YouTube chat there, as well as 101 ESPN's YouTube channel. Pick which chat you want to participate in and talk it over with friends of the feather here on TMA. Morning After is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I was at the neighborhood Schnucks on Sunday loading up on groceries. Just realized Thanksgiving. Guys, we are, 2 weeks out from Thanksgiving. There's great deals going on. Everything's more expensive. You keep hearing that about groceries. How about the fact that Schnucks has their lowest prices on turkeys? Lowest prices in 14 years. Where were you in 2010? Probably had a Sam Bradford jersey on, rolling down to the old dome. 2010, the prices are that low right now, starting Wednesday at Schnucks. Whole frozen turkey. Think about 58 cents per pound. Great deals on your turkey. If you haven't got it yet, you can pick it up starting on Wednesday at your neighborhood Schnucks. Rolling along those great deals through Thursday. Limit 1 per customer, $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. So stop by starting Wednesday. Get all set for Thanksgiving as well as loading up on the side. Stovetop stuffing mix, Mrs. Smith's pie, sweet potatoes, all of it. Load up. And next week, I got to tease. I'm getting better at teasing. Next week at Schnucks, the ultimate meal deal. Schnucks is going to have a deal that'll serve a Thanksgiving meal to 10 people for under $4 per person. Stay tuned for details on the unbeatable meal deal. But for now, starting Wednesday, load up on those frozen turkeys. Lowest prices since 2010.
Welcome back to TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne. Doug Vaughn. Sliding near me.
Chair is
bad
stable
boy.
here.
Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. The program is in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Chris Kerber going to be with us in the 8 o'clock hour. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He was on the call in Columbia on Saturday night. You want to hear his call? You want to hear his call? Tom Hart, he's going to be with us here in a matter of moments.
We'd return with that, Jackie.
Oh, Jackson.
Well, I got the call right here for you.
Okay.
Okay. Hit the
Sooners have a pair of timeouts remaining. Missouri drops in. Arnold hit. Ball's loose. And scooped up by the Tigers. Zion Young with the scoop. Big score. Madness in Columbia.
Oh, my. Jim Dandy of a call by our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the show, Tom Hart. Morning, Tom.
Don't kink shame me, but I love crazy college football.
Oh, yeah. And I really appreciate the kink shaming reference because Doug does not kink shame. And
I do. No, I do. From time to time, I will, yeah.
Tom threw off the headset right after that and just marched straight to Harpless. He didn't even finish the game. Did you know that?
I thought you guys were talking about going to my house. I heard you and Jordan talking my house.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get in as many references as I could because I wasn't sure how many different spots I was going to hit. So I had to throw them all out.
Have you been to my house? That's a happening place.
No, I have not. Actually, have not been there. But I drove by on the way in. I was like, that looks like a spot I need to show up in.
Yeah, I think you'd like it. Yeah.
Tom, you've done a lot of Mizzou games. You grew up there. You went there. In terms of atmosphere, that's right up there. Longtime Mizzou fans have said that was one of the better. I know it was a boring first half, but in terms of just the energy in the building, that was a hell of a night for college football.
It was indeed a hell of a night. It reminded me from an atmosphere standpoint and just kind of the, I think, excitement level. And listen, Oklahoma's not ranked, and they've had a crappy season, especially to their standards. But it reminded me of that Nebraska game in the early 2000s where Missouri broke that long losing streak. I mean, given what those programs represent, number one, but night game, perfect football weather, just kind of this bubbling enthusiasm in town that like, oh, something special is going to happen tonight. Even after a scoreless first quarter, something still might happen. So I think that was really cool. But here's the other big difference. I've been to a lot of I grew up in Columbia, as you mentioned, so a lot of the Oklahoma games. I don't ever remember a sold-out Memorial Stadium against Oklahoma where they didn't have like 70% of the crowd. So that was, I don't think, unless you're an old head, you didn't really notice it, but there's the little sliver of Oklahoma fans. That's a fan base that used to take over that stadium every time they came to town.
You said Oklahoma's had a crappy season. What do you make of Mizzou? Certainly their record is good. It's 7-2, but it's kind of hard to figure if they're really a good team or just been beneficiaries of a soft schedule.
They're a good team, but not a great team. And the biggest disappointment for Drinkwitz is that they had everything on a platter in front of them in terms of cashing in on all of that momentum from last year, and they didn't do it. There's still an opportunity to, and if you want to pull out the calculators, they could win out, and if they do so, then they'll be in the college football playoff conversation. But it's just I think it's a drop from what the expectations were built to based on last year. Outside of that, you lose to Alabama, you lose to A&M. This is still a really, really good season considering the standard that's been set.
Tom Hart on the call of Missouri and Oklahoma this past Saturday night. Hell of a call with Jordan Rogers. And then we saw Eli Drinkwitz following the game talking about the playoff and the opportunity that is there. They will have to beat South Carolina in order for that to happen. Are you guys on the call that one?
Yeah, we're going to do that one too.
All right.
Sure,
so what do you make of South Carolina and Missouri? A 13.5-point dog, Tom.
That's a big number.
Yeah.
South Carolina is really similar to Missouri in that they've had a good but not great season, and now just finally entered the top 25. The absolute question is what happens at quarterback and how soon can Brady Cook get back out there. I like that Eli comes out and defends his guys after the game, no matter what, but he's had to do that because his quarterbacks have put him in a position over the last couple of years to have to defend them. And that first half was not anything that you would write home about, and the offense finally came alive. I thought Drew Pine showed great fortitude to come up with those two big passes in the fourth quarter. That was amazing. I've never seen a guy play mediocre football and then look like a superstar in just like one fell swoop. Like he turned that thing around.
And do you think it changes dramatically? We were talking point spreads earlier, but if Brady Cook is able to go next week, how much does that hey, you know what, guys? We could say we have a quarterback controversy the way Drew Pine played, and now who do you go, Tim? Who do you go with, Pine or Cook? But in all seriousness, if Brady Cook's able to play, do you think that changes the dynamic and maybe even the spread?
I think it completely changes the dynamic. Pine, picked up a big first down in the fourth quarter with his legs Saturday night, but he's not as good a runner as Brady Cook. And the way South Carolina pressures the quarterback, they've got two incredible defensive ends. They had 9 sacks against that same Oklahoma team a month ago by 9 different guys. So they can really pressure the quarterback. You've got to be able to create some space with your legs and get out of there and move the pocket a little bit. And I think Brady's really good at that. But I would not expect to see him Saturday. I'm not sure if and when he can make it back this season.
Missouri wide receiver certainly made a couple big catches there late in the fourth quarter. The catch by Burden and then the catch by Theo Weiss. Those were 2 incredible plays, weren't they?
My dog even loved them.
Are you in a wolf sanctuary, Tom?
Stop kink shaming. Come on. Hang out with whoever I want to hang out with. My friends.
Thank you, Tom.
Listen, those are huge plays, but those are 2 guys that you kind of need to carry you. I thought the Weiss stuff was cool because of his background with Oklahoma and like those 2 programs being really intertwined on the recruiting front, both wins and losses. And of course, Burden was originally committed to him. But the Weiss catch was insane. And I made this comment after the game, whether it be Jackson Arnold putting the ball on the ground again or the game-tying drive that featured those 2 big completions. Like those are games, and I don't mean to sound like a disgruntled old Missouri fan, but those are games Missouri used to lose. Yeah. Even with going down to when he shanked the extra point, it was, okay, here we go. Of course you're going to miss an extra point in a big moment like this.
No, I thought the same thing. And then when they had the scoop and score for Oklahoma, you're thinking, all right, they're dead. That's why I give Mizzou and Pine a ton of credit, was that drive in maybe under a minute to tie the game. That's the Weiss touchdown catch that was able to tie. What is the name of the dog? I'm intrigued.
Winston, he's a rescue, and I'm thinking about putting him out to see if someone else can rescue him.
Oh, now LaRussa's calling in.
Yeah.
He's upset with Tommy Hart.
Yeah, that's a kink he cannot support.
Oh, my goodness.
Tom, final question before we let you go here. If you're looking at the SEC, which could wind up with 5 teams in the college football playoff, is there a team that you go, that's the one that I think is the best, or is this thing an absolute muddled mess? I think you can make a case for a number of teams in this thing.
Yeah, I think you could, because it's chaotic at the very top and in the top third, right? I mean, we could have an 8-way tie for first place. Even if that doesn't happen, then there figures to be a massive logjam for second. I've really liked Texas all year. I think they've got great depth, and he's built them into like what would be an SEC caliber roster once they knew they were coming over. And I think Georgia showed Saturday afternoon against Ole Miss they're not built the same way that they have been in the past. So I'd have Texas at the top of that list right now.
Texas will get their chance this weekend, going to Arkansas, 11 o'clock game then. They get A&M for a big rematch there after 12 years of not playing each other. That is coming your way at the end of the month. Tom Hart on the call of Missouri and South Carolina after a hell of a call this past Saturday in Columbia. Tom, thanks for joining us.
Gentlemen, my pleasure. I hope you have a wonderful Monday. Thanks for having me.
Good luck to Winston, too.
There you go. It's Tom Hart on the SEC Network call this past weekend on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and passionate with regard to not kink shaming. And Doug, maybe it's time you get on board with that
sometimes
too.
I do. Sometimes I do when it's warranted.
Very, very.
Has anybody taken Tom Hart's barking dog yet? Is that taken already?
Jackson, have you been scrolling through requests
Tom
for text
Hart's
inbox
barking dog.
It's not a bad one.
It's kind of like Wikipedia, where as soon as somebody wins a championship, you go, it's already updated.
Yeah,
Somebody's already taken Tom Hart's barking dog.
You can be Tom Hart's barking dog in the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Jackson or Chairman Kurt will update the names in the text inbox. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Chris Kerber on the call of the Blues' 8-1 loss on Saturday. Very critical curbside podcast, which I was listening to with him and Joey Vitale and Steve Ott and Braden Shen and Justin Falk all laying it out there after another 8-1 loss. We'll get Kerber's perspective coming up. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber's going to join us here in this segment. Great question in the YouTube chat. Why does Martin comb his hair from right to left while Doug goes right to left? Interesting.
Well, for me, it's because I had a huge cowlick right in front of my forehead. I had no choice but to part it.
Left to right, right to left. I don't think we decide. Right. Your hairline just kind of decides for you, I think.
It is an important question, though.
Right to left on your dial. We're going left to right.
And you can participate in those conversations at youtube.com/TMA. I like to glance in there and see what's being discussed, and that's what I saw. Chris Kerber's with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Morning, Kerbs.
I don't remember how I used to part my hair. I think it was left to right. But I do know this for sure. The moment that it started to feel like I was doing a comb over, fellas, is the moment I said, not a chance. And so I think it's been like a good 12, 13 years since I've been shaving my head.
How often do you shave your head?
I'd say 2-3 times a week, just kind of go over it with the old pit bull skull shaver.
That's what I use too.
Is that really what it's called?
I have used it. Right now, Doug, I'm using the wall peanut.
Oh, are you really?
The wall peanut.
I don't like the name of that.
Make sure you say that right. Don't say that one quick.
Yeah,
different kind of haircut.
Puffy's got a little deal.
That one.
Do that five times a week on my lopsided skull.
I haven't figured out how to work out a partnership with one of these where we have the head bony. You know, like for hockey people that shave their heads. That's what we need.
Huh? Like a sponsor?
Well, yeah. Instead of the Zamboni, we call it the head bony. Although I don't know if you guys knew this or not. The Zamboni company, obviously they trademarked that name, but they also trademarked Bony. So like. If when we had that little thing that went around the ice and you wanted to call it the fan bony, you couldn't do that without permission of the Zamboni company.
Sharp counselors there at the Boney family. Kerbs, the people are frustrated. They're confused. And I was talking about that YouTube chat. The latest post is, how do you give up 8 goals twice? In one season, that's rough. In 2 weeks, it's really something else. And certainly, Braden Shen and Justin Falk were quite transparent in their frustration following the game on Saturday night. What did you observe? Any similarities between what happened in Ottawa the week before and what we saw on Saturday night? And how can you explain it?
Yeah, you know what? I don't, believe it or not, despite the score being the same, I thought it was almost like 2 different scenarios. And, you know, when it was 6-0 in Ottawa, I had gone down a rabbit hole during every TV commercial and intermission, and I literally went back through every year of the team trying to find those. And it had been about 15 times maybe that it happened. But to have those kind of losses in one season, really, really rare, right? And here it is, as you said, twice in 5 games for the Blues. The difference for me in the 2 games was you felt like there were a couple of bounces and things were snowballing against you, and it just felt off in that Ottawa game. This one, you just didn't feel like you were in it. And I think what I felt watching this one, and again, this is just me from way up in the press box. I haven't been in the locker room since that game to go talk to a couple of guys or players about it, get a better feel from the team itself. But for me, the difference was the moment you fell behind early again, you know, it was like the sails just went out of the team. And I think what's happened, and again, this is all a little bit of sports psychology baloney here, but I think what else has happened is, and we've said it for a while, chasing games is hard. And they have fallen behind 1-0 now in 7 consecutive games. Now, they've actually tied the game 1-1 in all 7 of those games, right? But if you look at the 15 games that the Blues have played, they have only had 2 games where they have not trailed. One of those games they never led. It was the Islander game when it was 0-0, and they didn't win it until overtime, right? So a game that they won that they never led. The only other game, only one game this season where they have had a lead in a game during regulation and not trailed, and that's the Toronto game, the 5-1 win. That's just for whatever the reasons are, whatever the personnel is. That's not a recipe for success. And it felt to me in this last game like basically someone just ripped the spigot at the top of the sailboat, right? and you couldn't catch any wind, and then the game just went away from you big time.
Were you surprised they didn't take Bennington out? I know it's not a big deal, but that seems to be what they always do, and yet they didn't Saturday.
I'm not, because if you look at it, Martin, you go into that third period, and it's still just a 2-goal game. And with Jordan Bennington in net, you get a power play chance or something may happen. Like, you can come back from a 2-goal game. It got out of hand with the 5 goals in the third period. And at that point in time, you've got a backup goaltender that hasn't stretched, hasn't really done anything for an hour and a half, 2 hours. You've got a chance of Hofer or something getting injured. That to me is one of those where you might have to look at your goalie afterwards and go, man, really sorry about that. I know your numbers are going to take a horrific hit here. But I just didn't think you could pull Bennington at that point. I just didn't think that it would be all that fair to Hofer at that point in time. Now, do goalies view that differently? We know Patrick Waugh did one point, but I don't know. I think it's hard. If it's earlier in the game, you're pulling them, but you're still in that game going into the third period, and that was the tough part about that one.
Yeah, I always wonder for a goalie if it's more embarrassing to get pulled or to get left out there and have to wear it.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. You know, when Jordan did come in that Ottawa game, I asked him afterwards, and he says you kind of get a feel for it. The coaches a lot of times don't even. You just kind of know when it's coming. So you are doing things on the bench, little stretches, little things like that to get ready in case it does happen. But you know what, guys, and I'm not going to try to put words in his mouth because, like I said, I haven't talked to him yet about it, but. You know, Jordan to me is the kind of guy that's like, no, I'll stay in there and take it for, you know, and do what we got to do. You know, he's one of the leaders on this team. So I don't think it was an issue in the end for Jordan to not come out of that game.
How much of their recent problems can you pin on the fact that they don't have Robert Thomas and they don't have Philip Broberg now?
Well, I think you can pin a lot on that. However, that is a reality that's still going to be a reality for another, 4 to 6 weeks here. So, the issue with Robert Thomas is you're losing 18 to 22 minutes a game of a top centerman that was top 2 in the league in faceoff wins. The faceoff, although they did win the faceoff battle in the last game. So you have to wonder some of these things. That they only won 30% in Toronto and won 5-1. They won the faceoff battle last game and lost 8-1. So figure that one out. But there is definitely a factor with that. And Broberg was clearly playing as a top 4 defenseman, and top 4 defensemen are not easy to find, as we all know well. So it's not just that, though. I think you can't, discount the fact that you don't have Nick Leddy. I also think, especially with the season he had last year, I don't think you can, forget that Torrey Krug is out for the whole year. But I think Ryan Suter and Colton Parayko have played really well. The thing of it is, Doug, is there are struggles in the game. This is a team that right now, because of the injuries, and Drew Bannister has said this, has got to be comfortable in close games. You've got to be comfortable with it just being a 1-1 game going to the third period, almost like the late 90s, early 2000 New Jersey Devils, right? You've just got to be comfortable with that kind of a game, and you've got the goaltending to keep you in that kind of game. That said, and because of those injuries, you've got to do that. The reality of it is, though, is an 8-1 drumming twice in 5 games. That's not injuries. That's other guys, that some of your other best players not playing to the level that they need to play. Those injuries are not causing turnovers at the blue line by your highest skilled players. Things like that. It's just decision making, and I like what Braden Shen said. There's accountability in the room, and what prevents that? It's simply playing better for the guys you're sitting next to in the locker room there, and making sure that you're the one doing the right thing with the puck, and they'll rebound from it. But yeah, that was a tough one to take on the chin twice in 5 games.
Well, I am intrigued to see how they respond tomorrow night. Boston Bruins coming to town. Pregame 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber will be on the call. He is with us on Mondays here on TMA. Kerbs, appreciate the time, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week.
You too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We welcome you to call into the program. Anything and everything is welcome. Chairman Kurt takes those calls.
We haven't taken a call, have we?
I don't believe so. I saw him on the phone.
I hear his earlier.
314-974-0101. Send your emails in to compete with the greats. Can you beat Buck Swope? The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. And you can listen anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. And there's also the TMA STL app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, listen, we know that when it comes to taking care of the utilities in your house, when it comes to taking care of that air conditioner and that furnace, especially as we're heading towards the winter, you have a lot of choices. Well, I'm going to tell you what the difference is and what you can expect when you call Classic Air Care. You get 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Anything not right, they're coming right back to you to fix it. But most of the time, they're getting it right the first time. You get free estimates. There's trained local technicians that you know are your neighbors, so they're going to want to make sure that they do a good job for you. They've got 24/7 helpline. That's right, 24/7. That's 7 days a week. If something goes wrong, they can help take care of it. You get peace of mind, and you get commitment to the community. They recently put furnaces in 3 homes free of charge as part of their commitment to the community. It's Classic Air Care. You can book an appointment online. They've got a 3.8 or a 4.8 Google rating, and the Google ratings are right at the top of their website. Go to classicaircare.com, and you can read for yourself all those difference makers that I just told you about. We know you've got a choice. The one to choose for satisfaction guaranteed is Classic Air Care. Book an appointment online at classicaircare.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics defeat the Bucks last night, 113-107, despite a 43-point game from Giannis Antetokounmpo. Jason Tatum with 31 points. That slides the Bucks down to 2-8 on the season. That's tied for worst record in the league. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Gilman.
Mm-hmm.
Billy?
Billy. Jackson, is this your response to Mitch Kumstein?
Well, it's a Monday tradition. And, yeah, I do. I want to play more fun returns. I would. I do. It's just sometimes there's a lot going on. I just want to get in. Sometimes we're behind, and it's like, oh, you play music. It takes a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll incorporate more. I don't care.
But you're kind of fed up with the whole situation.
Does sound like it.
No.
Are you tendering your resignation?
No. What else would I do?
That's a great question.
Yeah, well, we can all ask ourselves that question.
Take your texts and calls. What else would Jackson do?
Yeah.
Oh, and I would like to apologize because
you're issuing an apology. Doug, get ready with your apology.
Okay.
I buried the lead because we had Bill DeWitt III on the show the other day, and he was very forthcoming. And then over at Fox 2, on the digital side, Joey Schneider writes a lot of sports-related stories for the website. And he said, I'm going to listen to the DeWitt interview and do a write-up on the website. I said, that'd be great. So I read the story, and it mentioned my name, and then it said Tim McKernan, and it said sports analyst. And I thought, there's the lead story for Monday. Well, that'd be nice if they called Timmy an analyst. And I don't know if he could have said host of the Morning After or dirtbag.
Usually it's been godless pornographer. So I hate to be downgraded, candidly.
Host of the rabble-rousing circus.
Body. Ringleader.
Ringleader, yes.
That's the one.
So little Chimmy's been upgraded to sports analyst, according to the Fox 2 website. So I'm sorry, I meant to bring that up earlier.
Couldn't just about anybody be a sports analyst? Anyone who watches a game and has an opinion becomes a sports analyst.
Gotta do some homework, buddy. Gotta read the stats. Send over a packet. Big packet.
Hey, Iggy's in the YouTube chat, and he says, what else would I would do? Welcome to my world.
Oh, no. Too close to home.
That's what he just said to little Jackie Papers over there on the board.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
How about that?
Sports analyst.
That is a sports analyst right there.
You cannot lose and still win.
284 Friends of the Feather are in the YouTube chat, on the TMA YouTube chat. Ken Iggy Strode is one of them. Go in there and talk it over with Iggy. And 105 are in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. And you can interact wherever you would like. Chairman Kurt is standing by to answer your calls. 314-974-0101. Gabe DeArmond's going to be with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Hart Sports Performance. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. Chairman Kurt, you were on a mission to see the girl in the tiger print, tiger stripe dress that you had seen in Tuscaloosa, but you did not approach her, and you wanted to find her in Columbia for the Oklahoma game at the tailgate and right the wrongs of missing out on an opportunity in Alabama 2 weeks beforehand. Did you see her? Did you talk to her, Jack?
No, the opportunity didn't even present itself. I didn't get up there early enough to tailgate. The weather just wasn't very nice. I wanted to focus on the game.
Yeah.
I stay away from the Demon Rum, so there was no reason to be up there all day.
But you were in the building.
Yeah.
So when you were angrily tweeting, you were doing so from at Furrow Field.
Correct.
Wow. How about that?
I had to get off some takes somewhere. I had a little plowhawk running through the veins that day.
Weather was great. The weather broke just in time. We tailgated for a good hour and a half. There's a Kirkwood section, because James Carlton said, I'm over by the Kirkwood section, and I don't know what that means.
I didn't know about the Kirkwood section.
I saw a lot of Mary Queen folks there.
MQP.
Yeah, MQP strong. Yeah, I was in that Lot L thanks to Coach Carlton right across the street. It's kind of cool. You can see into Faroe. This was the Cousin Sam take from last week via Cousin John. That Drink gets credit for making Mizzou relevant and making the games fun again. It was a great atmosphere. It really was. It was exciting to be at Faroe, Doug, on a big Saturday night. I like that night game.
Do you?
But especially if you have a hotel.
It's tough to drive home after a game. Did I see or hear that this is 11 or was it 13 consecutive sellouts?
That sounds right.
That sounds like you're crowdsourcing.
I am kind of crowdsourcing, but that's fantastic compared to where they were just a couple years ago.
When is the last time Missouri finished their home schedule undefeated? I am 100% crowdsourcing. I can tell you this. It didn't happen in 2014 because I know they lost to Indiana and I believe Georgia as well. And it didn't happen in 2013 because on the night of the Cardinals beating the Red Sox in Game 3 of the World Series, Alan Craig, Will Middlebrook's interference call, they lost to South Carolina. 2008, they lost to Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State. Maybe in 2010. Because they beat number 1 Oklahoma in 2010, and I know they lost on the road to Nebraska. And
this is Douglas-esque. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I think Texas Tech, Martin, was Texas Tech the following weekend in Lubbock?
2010, they went undefeated.
There you go.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah. Yep. Nailed it.
Okay.
Did you just give yourself a nailed it?
Well,
just gave yourself a little ad. You looked something up and said, nailed it. You just simply read the screen.
I oftentimes read something, deliver it on air, and then amend it later. So I don't have to. It's not. They lost to Iowa in the bowl game, but that, of course, is at Sun Devil Stadium.
I do have a poll question related to all of this.
Doug, a Gallup poll from Martin.
It's not a Gallup poll.
Oh, it's Quinnipiac or whatever. Mizzou fans' satisfaction with this season to date. Do you think it would be 65% are satisfied? And only the diehards are like, well, I wanted to be a true playoff contender. What do you think?
I do. I have to tell you, I enjoy this question. I wouldn't mind going around the dais because, as you know, you're surrounded by Missouri fans in here.
And a lot of sports analysts here,
Thank you, and godless pornographers.
Sports great is that? I just started laughing out loud.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Yes.
They're just sports analysts? Yes. It's Mike Francesa having to do a sponsored soccer segment.
Oh, my
God. All right, Chairman Kurt, you are the biggest fan. Don't mean to interrupt your texting over there.
I'm sorry. I'm putting a poll up on the TMA channel.
Nice.
Oh, nice poll.
I thought maybe he was tweeting out how bad he was.
He is. He's always on the show.
He's really good.
Yeah, there's producer Joe with some support. Are you satisfied with the season to date?
No, absolutely not.
Jackson Burkett?
No.
Doug Vaughn?
I'd say no.
Okay, no.
So I think in this group that really we're all in on playoff or bust, but there are some Mizzou fans who are just like, hey, we're 7-2, we're ranked.
And to each their own. Doug, what do you say? Some people like some things, some people don't like other things.
Right, that's what I say.
Here is the difference. When they lost their 2 games last year, they were in both games, really should have beaten LSU. And the most impressive game of all last year, I think most Missouri fans would probably say Tennessee or Ohio State, but I don't really recognize that situation like I think some Missouri fans do. And I know, Martin, you're a big fan of the Cotton Bowl reference.
Well, you got to wear the shirts a lot, and then you say, we're not talking about the Cotton Bowl anymore. And then the press release comes out, Missouri Tigers Cotton Bowl champions. Good.
Right. I thought the most impressive performance was Georgia. This year, Missouri has fortunately won 3 games. I don't really count Boston College in the same category as Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma, in which they had to have late fourth quarter comebacks or, a unique set of circumstances with Vanderbilt in overtime to win. So not only have they been blown off the field in their 2 games against teams that are in the mix for the playoff, they've really had to scramble to get the 3 wins against teams that are in the bottom tier of the SEC. And you can say, well, Vanderbilt's a pretty good team this year. They are, but that still doesn't mean that they're in the top tier of the SEC. They were beaten pretty handily this past weekend by South Carolina and Nashville. So that's the difference for me, is that they were I thought a great team last year, a great team, and this year they're very fortunate to be 7-2, and I think if Missouri fans were being honest, they would acknowledge that it's not necessarily a lock that they get to even 9 wins, much less to go 10-2 and have some faint hopes at the playoffs. So that's all. I look at the losses as well as how close the games have been. That's what stands out to me. That's eye-opening.
But I think that's where this group is. But I feel like there's a lot of folks who are, hey, man, we're not usually very good. We've been losing to Oklahoma for years. We beat Auburn. I don't care if they're bad. We beat Oklahoma. I don't care if they're bad. I think there is a segment out there that's plenty satisfied that Mizzou is ranked and winning some games, even if they're great escapes, which a lot of these have been great escapes down at Faroe. But I'm with you in that same sentiment, but I think a lot of folks are generally pleased. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, as deep as the SEC is this year, it could be even considerably tougher if teams like Florida and Oklahoma had typical seasons for themselves. I mean, they've both fallen off the cliff. Those are two proud programs there. Auburn and Kentucky have been better in recent years than they've been this year. So Mizzou's going to have to pick it up. They're going to have to get considerably better in the years to come if they hope to be a top-tier SEC school, because they're only there this year, I think, because of a very soft schedule.
Yeah, I think if they wouldn't have gotten embarrassed by A&M and Alabama, like I had them, like losing to them was not out of the possibility, but getting embarrassed, and that's when people around the nation see you, is when you play teams like A&M and Bama, and to get just absolutely boat raced in those games is what makes me, if they had lost by a touchdown apiece to each of them, maybe I'd feel different, but they got smoked.
They did have the Block M on, Doug. Do you like that? All black with the Block M.
All year, they look like what they're supposed to look like.
I like that look.
Yeah. That helmet, for sure. That's the helmet you're supposed to wear every week.
Jackson, how do you feel about that?
That was their best uniform so far this year.
Wow, you and Doug are on the same page.
That was their best uniform so far.
Because they actually look like Missouri.
Well, I think they're all Wisconsin players. They all look like Missouri.
No, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they look like LSU.
But that's my favorite look. Block M helmet, all black at night. I think that's like, to me, that screams Mizzou football.
It was a blackout. I saw some people. They were about to black out, I think. There was a guy older than me falling up the steps.
That's impressive.
He was trying to head towards the bathroom, and people that were on the aisle seats were kind of like pushing him up. You know how you pass something overhead, like a beach ball or something? I felt like they were passing him up the steps, and they just didn't want him to fall on them. And they just kept pushing him up the steps. So I said, he took that blackout a little too serious.
The Colonel's going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And we'll look forward to talking over the Colonel. And you can send your questions in via the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Mark Hanna sponsors Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on the program. I got a chance to talk it over with Mark over the weekend. Wonderful people, and somebody I advocate for here on this show for our listeners. If you do not have a financial advisor, get one. Period. But if you're looking for one, I really recommend Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. It's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And one of my biggest regrets in my 20s was not having a financial advisor and getting things going at a young age. So if you're in your 20s or 30s and you don't have somebody, work with somebody the caliber of Mark Hanna, and you will be grateful that you did once you get to your 40s and your 50s. Mark Hanna is with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's a life Sherpa in addition to a financial wizard. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Big-time fines being handed out in Salt Lake City as suspicious calls were labeled by the Utah athletic director toward BYU after the Holy War. Final couple minutes officiating. We will have that for you, in which an AD did not pull any punches following the game, in addition to Utah's head coach as well, Kyle Whittingham. That coming up, as well as the Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That's all up. And Martin, you have booked an Irish band for us?
We have a guest from Tullymore stopping by the studio. Oh, and the surprise guests are now booked for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
This just in, yeah.
I don't think the show, Doug.
I don't think Jackson even knows who
are we going to do?
I may not tell you, in fact.
Do we have to do some clogging when the Irish band comes in?
No. This is a little more like a Mumford and Sons sound. This is not dance. This is not like little schoolgirls dancing.
I got you.
Yeah, the Sadie Hawkins. All right, that is all coming your way here on the program. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. It's the morning after. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Take a listen.
See, that's a lady.
Lover man, oh, where can you be? Are you in the YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube chat or the 101 ESPN chat? Where is the lover man?
That your son made love to me?
No. The lyrics are as follows. I go to bed with a prayer that your son makes love to me.
Oh.
It's a love story, Doug.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're starting to get close to kink
And
shaming.
this is a gentleman singing.
That's correct. Jimmy Somerville of the Communards.
All right.
He will join us tomorrow on the secret phone line.
Good. It was becoming a music show as much as anything.
It was Dad's weekend at Mizzou, which is unfair to the stepdads.
Mm-hmm. Do they have a stepdad's weekend?
They should. They should
have a game for stepdads. Yeah.
Kind of unfair in this day and age.
Maybe one of those early non-conference tilts.
UMass next year? Home and home.
UMass comes to Columbia next year?
Do they not? I thought they did. I thought it was a home and home. I thought that was the whole deal.
Yeah.
I'm looking
By
it
the
up
way,
right
Tom
now.
Hart wrote me back. He said, obviously, Winston does not like you guys, the dog Winston.
Yeah.
Because I said Tom Hart's barking dog is now a thing. And he said, obviously, the dog doesn't like you guys.
As of right now, on Saturday, October 18th, the UMass Minutemen will be coming to Columbia, Missouri.
beat Minutemen.
October
Marcus Kemp.
That's got to be stepdad's weekend.
October 18th, prime college football season. Like, that is right where you want to be in terms of weather and atmosphere, and you got the UMass Minutemen.
Want to stand on business that weekend.
Maybe they do that on purpose, thinking that it is such a prime time that they'll get a big crowd, whether the opponent is attractive or not.
Sounds like a homecoming weekend.
I was about to say, it's reeks of homecoming.
And that'll be probably a 3 p.m. start.
Yeah.
And I'll wind up at my house again on homecoming weekend.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Yep. My son's father made love to Doug Vaughn one time. That's from
Not the
Injun
case.
Joe's Cave Ride
Okay.
Magic
Injun
Man.
Joe,
What's
where's
going
the-
on, Doug?
Where's the suspension logule? Here it is right here. Let me get it out if you guys have just a second.
Sure.
Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man has been suspended.
He's
been
gone.
suspended a period of 2 days' time, and his name, as we speak, is going into the Illinois Recovery Center suspension logule. I don't expect it feels very good. It's designed not to feel good. As punishment, Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. He's also been put on notice.
So what happens when you get put on notice?
Well, I let him know that if this happens again, I'm going to call his parents.
But he's like 60.
Well, yeah, they're not going to be happy. They're not going to be
And
happy.
we'll call his kids.
I'll send an email out to Delmar Gardens and let them know what he's up to.
Caller Buzz says, I got serviced with my wife's toes yesterday. Very impressive game ball to her. That's from Caller Buzz. He won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month in June 2023,
I
didn't he?
feel the show going off the rails right now.
You're going to like her toes.
Okay.
This is segment 8-4.
8-4 is the one that you're looking for. Hey, guys, more people in St. Louis are into the Chiefs than Missouri football or basketball.
Here we
It's
go.
sad but true. That's from Big Tough, who has been texting in angrily about Missouri talk all morning.
Oh. Well, maybe more so than Mizzou basketball. Yeah, I'd probably agree with
I
that.
would agree with that part, yes.
The Chiefs are popular. There's no doubt about it. Boy, we had the Bears, Patriots, and I don't know why on the two
Jim
Foxes.
Dandy.
And people.
Showdown.
Corey Miller at News Channel 5 called us out on Twitter. I thought, oh, boy, now I'm going to be watching those NBC games just to critique. But it was a miss. I don't know why we didn't have the Niner-Bucks game. That was the A team. And on occasion, you get to pick. Sometimes they just decide, and we are considered a Bears market, which they usually do okay in the ratings. I think even Chicago fans now would say, we're good. We're good. We're checking out.
Give us someone else.
Yeah. That Caleb Williams got sacked 9 times. The Bears aren't very good. So I apologize for those who were angry, but the Chiefs were on Channel 4, so I'm not sure most people noticed.
That's right. The Chiefs are playing at the same time. First noon kickoff of the year for the Chiefs. They're usually a 3 p.m. or night game on Sunday or Monday.
Monday. I thought that's why Romo was there. I thought maybe he was doing the Chiefs.
Right.
And it was
I thought the same thing.
like right down the road. You can always get in a car. They whip him back to Kansas City. But no, he was in Dallas on Sunday. I guess he has access to a jet.
You think he might be on the PJ?
Yeah.
He's usually on the range.
Probably owns one himself.
Yeah.
What does he make? Was it $18 million a year they give him for that? For one football game a weekend?
That's that Big Tuft, how the bandwagon is. That's from Pele Blanco, who's not happy with Big Tuft for jumping off the Missouri bandwagon.
Is there a Pele Blanco and a Pablo Blanco?
I believe so.
One of each?
Yeah, I believe
so the
we got
Blanco
both.
brothers, kind of like the Alus? Got
Moises, Felipe.
Jesus was the third one. And he always had neck problems. He was always twisting around his neck like he had a stiff neck. Jesus Alou. You remember him, Martin?
I do not. Wasn't there a Matty Alou?
Matty Alou was probably the best one. Philippe Alou was an all-star.
Are there four of them?
Too. There's three. All in the same outfield for one game, I think, with the Giants.
The Missouri Chiefs, they won just because Jackson wanted them to. That's from Mr. Siders. He's very critical of Jackson's 7-iron defense.
What was that?
Not for me.
Okay.
I said it right as they blocked the kick. I said, somehow these guys are going to win this football game. These guys, a short field goal. Somehow the Chiefs are going to win. And they had 25 guys there to block the kick. That was unbelievable.
No one blocking anybody at all.
It's just
Were you with John Vaughn, a big Broncos fan, when that happened?
He was texting right when it was over. He said, "Can you believe we're going to win this?" And then, oh my God, that's the next text.
It's just they always find a way to win. It's very frustrating.
It makes me nervous when a team, in that case, the Broncos, didn't try to score the touchdown necessarily. I mean, they were like the 15-yard line, weren't they?
I mean, it's a short field goal.
I know, but why not put it on all 11 guys instead of just one kicker? Whenever you're counting on the kicker to win it at the end, it makes me nervous.
That seems like that seems results oriented. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, I always kind of feel that way.
That Lions kicker got one at the buzzer for Detroit.
that?
What a comeback.
Got two bombs that were right at the end there.
Yeah.
Same kicker who took down your Battlehawks last year in Michigan. Remember the Panthers kicked that 64-yarder?
I did. That was the same guy?
Kicker,
I didn't realize that. Really?
I didn't know you would know the Battlehawks lost to the Michigan Panthers on a 64-yard
I
field
actually
goal.
was aware of that,
Okay.
and I did see that. I mean, he just slid that thing inside the left upright. I mean, it does seem like that we're on a collision course for the Chiefs and the Lions. I would love that if it were a case. I know, man. That'd be great. I'd love to see the Chiefs be undefeated going into the Super Bowl with the Lions.
As soon as that kick went through, Coach Becht texted out, "I know the feeling because you're Battlehawks." That kicker for Detroit was selling bricks a year and a half ago. I didn't even know that was a job. Jackie, there you go. You said, what would I do? You could be a brick salesman because one guy left the industry.
And then I can replace him too, and then kick for the Lions.
You could end up kicking for the Lions.
Shout out to my boy Jack Fox.
I guess you'd have to sell bricks to construction companies to make any money, right? You'd have to sell in bulk. You wouldn't sell them
Not one at a time.
At Home Depot.
A la carte.
Door to door.
Door-to-door brick salesman.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't go
These
through.
are autographed by Timmy. That adds value to him, Doug.
Doug, I want to treat your face the way Moises Alou used to treat his hands. That's from the Life Coach.
Now, what in the world does that mean?
Jackson?
And leave you quivering.
Moises used to pee on his hands. Remember that?
Is that right?
The Cubs outfielder, Marlon.
He would pee on his hands?
Yes.
Why?
You're cake shaming.
To toughen them up. A bunch of them.
Julian Tavares used to do
the
that
great
as well.
Julian Tavares.
Yeah, friend of the show.
Hold on. Like in the on deck circle, they would just someone would cover them.
No. And that's why a lot of people would get those green seats as to watch Moises Alou wet himself.
So they have.
You're asking the questions, asshat.
I know you're intrigued. It's a real thing.
Okay, I get that. But logistically, do they have bottles of it?
No, I think in their own time they would manage to do it.
Okay.
And it would put calluses on their hands, and they said it was for handling the bat.
So it wasn't just before they went up to bat. They would do this.
Well, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you're saying this like I should know.
Guys did steroids. It wasn't in the on-deck circle.
No, I get that. But if it's for grip, wouldn't you want it when you're going to be gripping something?
Well, I think it would build up their hand.
Okay. That seems like a terrible idea.
But Moises was Felipe's son. So it was Jesus, Felipe, and Matty.
He was the guy that Steve Bartman took the ball away from.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's exactly right. Hey, the Colonel is going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Hart Sports Performance. Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental is a loyal TMA sponsor and has seen a lot of TMA listeners come through 100 West Dental. We recommend them to you. If you don't have dental insurance, it's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Just go to 100westdental.com. And no phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability, and you can book right then and there. I went out to their offices right across from Munganess St. Louis Acura on Manchester in Baldwin, and they are world-class. Brand new offices with the top-of-the-line technology to take care of you. Dental health is not separate from the rest of your body's health. As a matter of fact, poor dental health can impact the rest of your health. It strikes me as logical, but sometimes people separate the two. Don't allow that to happen to you. Go to Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com, and let them know that I sent you their way at 100 West Dental. Gabe DeArmond, presented by James Carlton, coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family-owned and operated for over 30 years, and Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. You heard me right, $7 a square yard. So if that is a craft and a trade that you can practice, you have an opportunity to work for one of the best at Michael's Flooring and get the best compensation. $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and gives them $7 a square yard, which is just an incredible compensation package in this industry. Want to learn more about it? No problem. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Go to igotfloored.com to learn more. Oh, Doug, they were playing this at Faroe Field as the Tigers took to Memorial Stadium to renew the rivalry with Boomer Sooner. Hello again, everybody.
Hello. They played this as they ran onto the field.
That's
and
right.
right after the win.
Both of them.
Okay.
Joining us right now to give us his perspective from PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, my insurance agent. Online at carltoninsurance.net. It's the Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're in a good place. I know you are as well. You were at the Chiefs game yesterday, and you got to see the blocked field goal. You got to cover a hell of a game on Saturday night, and it was a great one because you probably went into it thinking, it's going to be about a 10-9 game, and then you get an all-timer against Oklahoma.
Yeah, went into the fourth quarter thinking it was going to be about a 10-9 game, honestly. I mean, that was almost exactly the game we expected for three quarters, and then it just went nuts in the last 5 minutes. As many swings as just about any game I can remember.
Now, Martin went home early before the game was over. Did you stay there?
It was 10-9, Doug. I said it was over. I called ball game, 10-9.
That was it, huh?
Yeah.
Look, I could have gotten a lot more than 3 hours sleep if I'd done that. I'd keep that in mind. That's a pro move. I'll keep that in mind for future.
It was kids were involved there, Doug. That's
I
why.
understand. It's just so easy.
What do you think is a fair? I know Coach Drink gets mad about it, but I think is it a fair analysis that Drew Pine did not play well down at Alabama, did not play particularly well in the first half, and then was super clutch down the stretch? Is it possible that all are true?
It is a fair analysis that he didn't play well at Alabama. Definitely, the first half. Honestly, I said this on Saturday night. I said, I don't even know if he played well or played poorly. He didn't turn the ball over, but the first half, I'm going, well, if you won't let him throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field, how am I supposed to even judge if he's good? And look, Drinkwitz said that was their plan. They wanted to run the football. They were where they wanted to be at halftime, and then they were going to open it up in the second half. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. It's an easy thing to say afterwards when it worked, but it did work. I don't think what Drinkwitz is mad about is people saying that Drew Pine played poorly. And I wrote something about this morning. So when we follow this every day, we get in this bubble where we think what's posted on my message board and what's posted on Twitter by these people who, frankly, I don't know who they are. I guess they're Mizzou fans. I'm not sure. But they've developed this online following, and it's like almost an alternate reality for them, right? Where, like, hey, I'm playing this character online, and I don't think anybody really thinks a lot of the things they tweet. They're doing it because, look, it's edgy and it's funny, and I bet this one will get a reaction, and they're chasing the high of that engagement. And, I mean, people say things online that are, A, dumb, B, cruel. And I mean, a lot of the stuff about Drew Pine, it wasn't he threw 3 picks. It wasn't critique of play. It was just over the top foolishness. And not saying like, anybody was personally attacking his character, although I am sure there was some of that, and I probably saw some of it. I think Drinkwitz is talking about the over the top stuff that is a little out of control. Frankly, I think he's right. The online discourse about sports is it's pretty terrible. It's not a great place to be. If you want the truth, people say things that are way over the top, and I don't even think most of them mean them. But again, we get in a spot where we think that's actually representative of people. It isn't. I was in that stadium on Saturday night, and man, Mizzou fans were fired up. They treated that like a big game. If you read my message board last week, if you read Twitter, you would think this season had ended, and they were 4-7, and nobody cared. If you read my board during a game, you would be convinced Missouri's losing every game by 60 points. It's just not representative of the real thing out there. And so I think Drinkwitz is falling into the trap. A lot of us do, where, hey, this is what's in the public, so we're going to pretend that this is actually representative of the fan base, and it's not.
Yeah. And he even said, for some of you here in this room, right, where he shook his, I don't know if he didn't finger wag, but he kind of said, and if all y'all and some of you here in this room, I was surprised by that.
Yeah, I don't specifically know who he's talking about there. Somebody asked me, is he talking about you because you picked Oklahoma to win the game? I'm like, well, if that's his standard, then we need to have a conversation. That's a little ridiculous. I don't think he was talking about me. I don't look. I don't know who he was talking about. I do know, that he certainly his Twitter account was interesting, and he certainly made it clear at least somebody who he was talking about out there with that over the weekend. But look, I don't have a problem with people. I think people should be held responsible for what you say in public, and that includes if you're a fan. You guys get it. I get it. Everybody gets some of the blowback now, and when you try to fight back against that, when you try to answer it, it's, well, I'm the customer. I pay you. You can't say that to me. No, 100%. You can come at me and tell me what you think I did wrong, and I have every right to defend myself and tell you why I think you're wrong. That is a perfectly. I have no problem with anything Drinkwitz said, and I don't know who he was talking about in the room. But honestly, even I don't know if he was talking about me. I would think he would probably just come to me and say, "Hey, this is unfair." But if so, if there's something out there that's unfair, great. I think you should have to answer for that.
And a lot of coaches like to play the us against the world card too, and maybe there's some of that going on. As far as as far as Drew,
I think,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry, Gabe.
No, I was just going to say, I think the kids honestly handle it. I asked after Drinkwitz said what he said. I asked some of the players, okay, your coach says to block it out, but clearly he doesn't block it out. So do you guys use that for motivation? And they were all kind of like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we said people who tweet, they're not playing. They don't know. We're just going to go play and do our thing. Drew Pine said he wasn't even on the internet the last couple weeks. So I think they do a pretty good job. I think it's us in the media and maybe Eli Drinkwitz a little bit who are making it bigger things than they are.
Gabe DeArmond with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Drinkwitz also following the game on the SEC Network broadcast. In the interview on the field, talked about the playoffs. Two questions with regard to that. Missouri would, of course, need to beat South Carolina, close to 2-touchdown underdogs as it stands right now. What percentage would you allocate to Missouri getting into the college football playoff, Colonel?
I mean, I just did this on our board. It's no more than 15%, I don't think.
Ooh, wow, that's high. Nice.
I mean, that's maximum. But like you said, first of all, they have to win every game. They probably have to win every game fairly impressively. I mean, they can't go, beat Mississippi State by 4 and Arkansas by a touchdown. But they have to do that. And then their problem is there's 7 SEC teams that still can finish 10-6 or 7 that can still finish 10-2. They're last among all of them. They have the worst best win. I mean, their best win would be at South Carolina. And then they also have 2 blowout losses where nobody else even has one. I mean, if Texas A&M or Alabama finishes 9-3, the truth is those teams still have better resumes than Missouri, given the head-to-head blowout. I just don't see any and their problem is 4 Big Ten teams are going to get in. Notre Dame's probably going to get in. There just aren't that many spots. I get why Drink said what he said. Everybody wants to, hey, he's got to go market for his team. I support that. The truth is there is almost no realistic path where that happens.
What's your sense, Gabe, on Brady Cook? I thought he was on with Frank Cusimano last night. He said, we've got a plan. I thought he sounded optimistic. We had Tom Hart on. He made it sound like he didn't think we'd see him anytime soon. Do you have any kind of gut on that?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's this week. I think and they're going to handle it the same way they've handled it. I mean, I think Missouri knew since last Sunday, meaning Sunday after the Alabama game, that he wasn't playing against Oklahoma. I don't know if it's that certain this week. It will surprise me if he plays. And I feel like we've had a pretty good handle on this. I mean, going into Alabama, he was listed as doubtful. We all expected him to play. He did. Going into Oklahoma, he was listed as questionable. None of us expected him to play. He didn't. I think it's another week at least. I think you're looking Mississippi State, maybe even Arkansas.
With his career winding down, last couple games now, and probably not an NFL quarterback, don't you think he'll try to get out there at least one more time to kind of wrap it up? He might as well at this point.
Absolutely, which is why I say, Arkansas, I mean, that's the last home game. Brady, I think even if it's, look, my hand is shattered and doesn't work, but I can go out there and take 2 snaps and, hand the ball off or something just to be on the field, yes. But that's the thing. When you're talking about throwing hand or wrist, I don't think it's a matter of want to or anything. I think it's a matter of, like, are you even physically capable of doing this? And we've talked a lot about what it would take to get Brady off the field. Well, I think what it takes is he legitimately wouldn't have been able to throw a football on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm. And with Drew Pine's play getting better, you think it could possibly just be a matter of a few more snaps where he gets confidence maybe as the game went along? I mean, he hadn't played much at all except for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think it was getting some confidence going. I think it was the coaching staff, like, saying, okay, hey, we're in a situation where we got to do this. They coached the Alabama game and the Auburn game and the first half of the Oklahoma game like, hey, we don't have a guy that can throw the football 5 yards downfield. Well, then I thought the best sign was early in the second half. He took a shot to Luther Burden 40 yards downfield. And Luther was covered, but he just said, hey, I'm going to give my guy a chance. And it wasn't complete, but it was a good throw. He had a chance, all that. And I said, okay, if he can do that, then let's see them do that. And they did in the second half. I mean, it wasn't like they were out there, running Mike Leach offense or anything, but he was throwing the ball. It looked like a regular college offense that was capable of moving down the field and scoring points.
Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton every Monday here on TMA, also on Friday. Colonel, not particularly optimistic about Brady Cook making a reappearance on Saturday in Columbia, South Carolina, Missouri. 13.5-point underdogs as things stand right now against the Gamecocks. 3:15 kick on Saturday. Colonel, thank you so much for the time, sir.
All right, guys, have a good one.
That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA. James Carlton sponsors Gabe's appearances. James Carlton is my insurance agent, and I recommend him to our audience as well. 394 five-star reviews for James Carlton and his team when you type his name in Google Reviews. And the reviews are all the same. Customer service and also going after lower expenses for clients, finding ways to save people money. That's what James and his team do. That's why I made the switch, and that's why I'm so happy that I made the switch as well. It's James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. He is located right here in the St. Louis area. You call during business hours, like right now. You are going to talk to somebody in his office who can help you immediately. Make the switch. They do all the paperwork for you. You'll be so happy that you made that switch. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm, carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day at 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, and you are welcome to get involved. YouTube chats. 101 ESPN has a channel. TMSTL has a channel. You can go into either one. Talk it over. Text in. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646 and call on the Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of our 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. There it all is for you. Get involved. Interact with the program. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ooh, that's what's up.
You like this one? Look at Jackson head pounding
at the club.
This is a fire one right here.
Doug, this is a fire one right here.
It is fire.
5P Academy Hustle and Hart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt waiting for your phone calls, wanting your phone calls. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Martin, they're not happy with you. Tell Martin to use that cough button next time. It's like Iggy's in that studio and running around out there. That's from Kwame Voyukis the fourth. He had to be happy with the win over Avila.
It's a great point. Kwame Voyukis.
Josh Schertz didn't know how to pronounce the team's name when he was in here.
They shot 41 threes. 41 threes.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Jimerson had 28.
28. I would hit the cough button. One of them says dump. Other one says...
Don't hit that one.
I assume not until Doug swears. T-board op, TB booth.
That's the one you hit.
TV booth.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I thought I would say cough button, but it says TB booth.
Yeah, that's
like Harry Carey would hit the cough button and then actually come on air and go, and then he hit the cough button when he was calling the game. So all you would hear was the cough. A little dry throat here, guys.
Yeah.
What about that one? That's the cat.
Fighting through. Did you guys realize the Big Ten expansion was good for St. Louis? This is sort of Demoffian. Did you know we hosted the Big Ten Women's Soccer Championship yesterday, and it was Rutgers and UCLA meeting at Energizer Park? How random is that?
I had no idea.
St. Louis hosted the Big Ten Women's semifinals on Thursday, and then the championship game on Sunday. And I seriously think the Big Ten's like, what are we going to do? I mean, we got teams in California. We got teams in New York. St. Louis, will you just host these games for us?
Wouldn't you at least put it into a town that's in the Big Ten?
Chicago, Indianapolis, those kind of things.
Yeah. Wouldn't that make some sense?
I don't know how it happened. I'm glad we had some activity downtown. I'm happy for the park, but I think maybe this is what the Big Ten's facing. All right, we got teams on both sides of the coast. You want to drive all the way? You want to fly all the way? No. How about St. Louis? So we're kind of the big winner with Big Ten
Maybe
expansion.
even Big Ten officials don't know what teams are in their league. Because they probably got zero support from the people that live here. Well, maybe try to go somewhere where there'd be a rooting interest from the fans.
Maybe some soccer fans went, but although the SLU women were playing at the same time, so if you're a local soccer fan, bottom line is there's some Big Ten matchups you look up and you say, boy, that's a Big Ten game. It just doesn't feel like it.
I can't keep track
There's
of
so
that
many
in the Big 12 in particular. Martin, breaking Musial Awards news.
Ooh.
Billy Crystal is coming to the Musial Awards this year. How about that?
Probably because of Costas?
That's right. Mike Bush just sent that on the Twitter tweets. How about that?
Billy, will you crystallize your thoughts for us about Bob Costas?
Wow. That's good.
Billy Crystal still working anywhere? Crowdsourcing. I know. But I haven't seen him anywhere.
Was that the Yankee game? Fox zoomed in on him on one of those celebrity watches.
I think he might have gone to St. Louis Hair Restoration. Did you see him when you were in there eating your Chick-fil-A?
I did not see him there, but it's very possible. Oh, yeah, he does have a nice head of hair now. Good for you, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he went in. He stopped by.
Wow. You got that Salvi Perez is coming as well to the Musial.
Oh, is that right?
Musial.
Yeah, Frank gets a lot of Musial.
Guys, we have the Battlehawks, the MLS, WNBA team, the stay-at-home dads convention, and now women's soccer championship for Big Ten. We are so back, baby. That's from Shakira Sanders.
Motorcycled cross-turf to Asqueta, down low, great ball of Frank in front. Oh, Willis K! Willis K! Willis K! Sniffing it out like those airport dogs did with my cutlery set.
Okay, I'm new here. Is that a frequent drop?
No, we have a number of calls from City Goals, and Jackson just decided to select one right there.
There's a lot to dissect there.
That's Joey Zanaboni, you know.
Joey Zanaboni, local guy, calling the game.
Say Gabriel's guy.
Is that right?
You better believe it.
Austin still at its own end, a huge giveaway in deep. Oh! charge him for a second-hand Bowflex. Let's get ripped.
Second-hand Bowflex.
Wow. You know, the old closed captioning underneath on the TV sometimes gets it wrong. I might need the closed captioning to help me with that.
We welcome you to get involved on the program. Yeah. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You get to be live on the air, and that's what Chairman Steve is doing right now. Chairman Steve in Wildwood. Good morning, Chairman.
Hello, Steve. Calm down a little bit.
How you doing, Dougie?
Oh, I'm fine. You?
Oh, I'm doing great. How was Cali?
Oh, it was good. Are you in your car right now? You going somewhere?
Yeah, headed to Owensville, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
What in the world's in Owensville?
Home of the Tigers of Owensville.
Okay.
Probably a turkey farm or something.
Is that down there by Fort Leonard Wood?
No, it's past Union.
Past Union?
Okay. Down 55?
Wow. 44.
What's going on? There's like 10 conversations going on.
Well, sorry. What can we help you with today? Steve!
Yeah, I'm hearing like backplay of something else. I'm swimming.
Okay, we can barely hear you. Your signal's kind of coming in and out. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm passing Eureka now.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Sorry.
All
How
right,
would I know?
Better now.
Okay. Yes.
How are you?
I think he said, Martin, how are you?
I didn't hear it. It was...
Martin, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. And I'm new here, but there's a text that says time to drive into a tree. Is that for you? That's not very nice.
No.
They want me to die when I call in. You can just go through that text line. You'll see ways I can die.
They won't be getting a musical for that.
I see Martin once a year at the opening day. He does live shots from our 8th floor balcony.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, do you?
One Cardinal Way. Close to full occupancy.
He's a pro's pro. He will not. I offer him a beer every year, and he won't do it because he's got, business to attend to.
48 live shots. Don't even have time for a quick swig. That's when you need the Rich Gould scheduling. I've got a show at 4:20. We got one more at 7:50. I might be able to put a little pop in between.
I hear you. Guess who I saw at Biggie's on Friday night?
Can we have initials?
Biggies.
Initials, please.
TJ.
TJ? You saw Tom Johnson there.
P is in Paul.
Sorry. You saw
Producer Joe.
Philip Johansson.
Someone just said it, right?
Producer Joe.
Yes.
Oh.
Jenkins. Not the dog, but the person.
Okay. What do you have to say?
They were having a little din-din there. He was being Joe,
Okay.
Get screwed.
Real positive outlook on life and everything.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was talking Georgia football. That was before they lost Saturday. I'm sure he was a little upset on Saturday, but that's all right.
Probably so.
Does he still have that? Does he still have that landing strip?
Oh.
We didn't get that far, but he was wearing some square-toe cowboy boots.
Oh, was
really?
he?
Look at that.
Yeah. Joe and I share a fondness of like country music, but like a fringe country music. Like I like live music in a small venue. Like last night, I saw Benjamin Todd at Del Mar Hall.
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah, very good, very good.
I've never heard of him.
Then I ruined my Monday by stopping at Wendy's drive-thru at 11 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
Wow, you must have really wanted it.
Oh God! I was kind of hungry, and I hadn't eaten much all day. And,
About 3,000 calories there at 11 o'clock. Good for you.
How can I prevent my anus from bleeding?
Oh, come on, Joe.
I'm a little chubby, Doug. But
it's okay.
But no, it was a good weekend. How was your rest of your weekends? Tim, I was in Francis Park. I did not see you.
Yeah, I'm not always there, but I did not get a chance to go. Went to dinner on Friday night at Annie Gunn's. What a wonderful spot that is.
That's a good spot.
I'm surprised you haven't been there. A couple mix like us.
I was being facetious.
Oh, God bless. Yeah, that was wonderful, and hung out there, and then enjoyed the game on Saturday night with my my family. I'm just I'm a low key guy now these days.
Meat and
Chairman
potatoes.
Steve. What's
I
that?
tell you what,
Meat and potatoes.
Meat and potatoes guy. Thank you.
That Francis Park is hopping all the time. I mean, Sunday, the Rockwell Brewery was hopping, and then I really am upset with this little teenage boy who's going through some things wearing the Slipknot shirt. He was hogging the swing set with his headphones on.
Wait, what were you doing at the swing set?
We waited for an hour for this little effer to get off the swing set. He's like 13 years old, swinging with his headphones on, and there's people all around there waiting for the damn swings, and he won't get off. And I was a little... He had, like, socks pulled up to his knee, black socks, and then a Slipknot shirt on, and then white headphones, and he would not get off that swing.
This 53-year-old is bringing candy.
At the bit for the swing set, and oh my God!
Okay, hey, Steve, I am new here. Is this sort of a Monday routine? Is this the weekend? Is this the weekend recap?
No, I call it about once a month, and then I just talk about things, and then people want me to die, and then now that you have these breaks so short, you'll cut me off a little faster than usual.
Well, there's a positive.
I try to see how long I can talk, to be honest, and then they just get mad. Read the text line.
Owensville is home of the Dutchmen, not the Tigers, knucklehead, according to the text.
Tigers.
Let's see. This is from the recovering alcoholic in Belleville and Webster Groves. Hey, Steve, good sermon at church on Sunday. What's your plan for Advent? Want to have sex in between afternoon services at McCausland. That's the recovering alcoholic. From Beth. Yeah, you call it Stinker or McCausland, Doug?
Usually Stinker.
We go to the same church.
Okay.
Me and him. Yeah. But I don't go as much. But my wife used to want to go, and then she doesn't want to go anymore because she's the religion driver. I'm a passenger on that one, so wherever she wants to go, I go. We go to the cathedral sometimes, a little bit here and there.
Sure.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Yeah, this one is a little short and to the point. Brutal. I'm out. I make that my handle. Brutal. I'm out.
Okay, well, have a good time in Owensville.
All right, I was waiting for some more text, but whatever.
Okay, all right.
Here's the Colonel. Thank you, Chairman. There's our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
What?
Yeah, he won the Listener of the Year. 2023.
What was the candidacy? Kind of like when they hired Linehan. I want to know who was runner-up.
Chairman Steve. And get this mother effer off the air. It's from Jackson's lone wispy pube. All right, that's enough. Shut him the F up. Nobody cares. Die.
Oh, that's
I shaved my balls for this era.
That was harsh.
Too harsh.
Send your emails in the morning after.
Does he know we're in 9-2?
We are in 9-2 still. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota sponsor the 7 o'clock hour on the program.
Used to be.
And then the 10 o'clock hour as well. And I am a longtime customer here at Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Even if you don't get your cars from there, I don't know why you wouldn't, but even if you don't, get your cars serviced there. They are as accessible as the day is long. I'm always happy to make an email introduction to Jamie Burkhardt. Just email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com, or you can text them directly or call them. This is a number that's specific for TMA listeners, too. The number is 314-252-0029. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. They couldn't be more accessible for TMA listeners. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. You can call in. Who would want to follow Chairman Stephen Wildwood, though? 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Heat narrowly defeat the Minnesota Timberwolves 95-94. Tyler Hero turns up the temperature himself with 26 points and 6 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nice. This is Oakland Funk. The remix. This is the remix. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 5P Academy and Hustle and Hart Sports Performance. 9 o'clock hour, and you are welcome to participate, just like Chairman Stephen Wildwood did by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you can always go back and listen to the program anytime you want via the podcasts on the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, and that is sponsored by Schaefer Door Company. And they have the Monday morning standby service. If anything goes wrong with your garage door springs, they come out and fix it on Monday mornings for you. It's Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gosrow. Arbor Day, not happy. Steve is our Lee Corso. You bastards, leave him alone. Lee Corso was sitting next to Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens this weekend on College Game Day.
How was he?
And it was quite a moment on game day because Kirk Herbstreit wanted to do the intro for a story he had done on the passing of his dog Ben, who became kind of the college football 2024 mascot. And the Herbstreit family had to put Ben down on Wednesday of last week. And they went to Kirk Herbstreit to intro the story, and he couldn't get it out. And there is Lee Corso with his hand on Kirk's shoulder and the fatherly role that he has had with him. And Kirk has kind of been supportive of Lee Corso as he's gone through it the last few years. Here is what it sounded like on Saturday morning on College Game Day.
For a while. If you followed along in college football and social media anywhere, maybe if you just drove down the street, we've seen billboards, we've seen signs, all of us have received a number of messages about the loss of Kirk's dog, Ben Herbstreit. And Kirk, we appreciate so much that you were sharing Ben with us over the years. Yeah. There's not much that has gotten as much attention on social media than the love for the dog. We've seen it. He's been a great teammate of ours for a while. Kirk has put together an essay remembering Ben and how much he meant to all of you, certainly meant to him. Here is our tribute to our friend Ben Herbstreit.
How about that? Couldn't even get the words out like the Bill Mazeroski Hall of Fame speech. He tried, and he sent out a tweet apologizing for not being able to do it, but I think anybody in that position totally understood, and many people have been ridiculously supportive of the Herbstreit family as Ben was traveling with him throughout the course of the first half of the college football season.
What is the backstory of the dog? It was about a year ago, right? He started traveling with the dog, and he
had a cancer diagnosis, and so Herbstreit would bring him on the road with him.
But he was just the family dog, and because
one of four.
So once he got the diagnosis, that's why he took him with him everywhere. Because a year ago he started traveling with him all the time. People get connected to their dogs. I totally understand. My Linehan story came back up. I heard he was getting fired. It was on that Monday morning. They were 0-4. And I called somebody I knew out there. I said, hey, just got a player who texted me and said they fired Linehan. And the guy was clearly crying. And he said, what? Yeah, it's true. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I said, I didn't know you were that close with Coach. And he said, oh, no, I don't care about that. My dog died this morning. And I said, oh, okay. I thought the guy was sobbing.
That's much worse.
I thought he was sobbing that Linehan had been fired. It turned out it was his dog.
It's just
it hits you hard.
Yeah, when your dog dies, it's just the worst day in your life. It just really is. Obviously, and it hit him so mad. Usually if you're on television or network TV, no less, you can hold it together for a little while to talk about your dog, but clearly there's really a personal connection there.
Jackson hates this story because he hates beautiful pups. That's from Mr. Siders.
Not true. Not true. I don't hate dogs. I personally wouldn't want one, but that doesn't mean I hate dogs.
Unbelievable. Who wouldn't want a pup?
I mean,
right after the Tyler Hero update, too.
Yeah, that was a good one. Anyone, when you're getting moved like that, clearly mean that's a big part of your heart is when is something like that. So I'll never hate on anybody loving their dog or crying when they die. I never have had one, nor do I ever want one. But that doesn't mean others can't enjoy it.
Even as a kid, you never had a dog.
I was scared of them.
Scared of him?
I was scared
Did you have a kitty cat boy? Did you have a kitty cat boy?
No pets. My dad's allergic to cats. No. I had a fish. It died after like 3 weeks. That was the end of my pet career.
Were you broken up at that?
Yeah.
This guy's a sociopath.
It's kind of nasty looking.
Just like the tape? Did you just flush it?
100%.
Coach, what are you going to do? We're going to flush the tape.
What, am I going to bury a fish?
We're already on to next week.
Crazy? Yeah.
Let me, jackass!
No, see, this is it was predetermined. Like I didn't even say anything, and people were mad at me. I didn't even do anything.
In 10 years, Libby Jack's gonna be giving a teary-eyed ode to his pet cat. That's from Little Tommy Tribbins. Doug, he's on that tricycle out in the parking lot. Little Tommy Tribbins.
I don't plan on having any domesticated animals in my life ever.
What if you get married, have a kid, and your kids start begging you for a puppy?
Every kid wants a puppy. Sure. And that's why at an auction, they go for like $5,000. Somebody wakes up hungover the next day. Honey, what did you do at the auction? Oh, God, I think I bought a puppy. What did you pay for? We have 4 dogs. I got in a bidding war with Bill. I got hammered, and I got in a bidding war, and ass MC made me keep bidding, and now we have a little poodle that we never needed.
Virgin, you are such a Marxist. Stalin, your hero hated dogs too. That's from the Wars and Woods Wacko.
Boy, they've taken a leap. I don't want a dog in my life, and now I am a Russian communist.
Yeah.
Comrade Jack, damn, this is America, sir. Pups are freedom. That's Flocky the Smurf.
Guess what? I also don't like apple pie. I don't like hot fruit. Call me crazy.
You are hot fruit.
I don't know what's worse, not liking dogs or being Stalin and killing 20 million of your own people.
Did you hear the Tyler Hero update?
That was a good one. That was legit good. I don't know what people were talking about.
I do fear when Tim yells those texts that like the KC studios are right next door to that fog hat, the album skips. It jumps ahead.
Turntables.
I'm annoyed by dog. How about these idiots work on their relationships with humans? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood en route to Owensville.
I don't judge what anyone does with their pets. I don't really care. I just don't ever want one. I've never had the urge to be like, man, I could really use a dog. I got to take care of myself.
Yeah. You know? Well, not now. You're single and you want to be free and you don't want a dog tying you down. It is a major commitment.
Yeah. I have a girlfriend, but I'm not living with. I hear what you're saying. I just don't want people thinking that they can.
Does she have a dog?
No.
Does she want a dog?
Yeah, she wouldn't be opposed to it.
Does she want a child?
I don't know on that.
Oh, interesting.
Start with the dog.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, that took a step. Does she want a dog? Does she want a child?
Have a dog first to get the kind of the parenting thing. To just get a touch of it.
Yeah, I just personally don't want one. Never been really my thing. I don't hate dogs though.
I went to the ARF headquarters, the LaRussa ARF headquarters. This is
like Oakland.
It's in the Oakland area, Walnut Bay, Walnut Creek, something like that. When the Rams were out there for a week, there was the final week of the St. Louis Rams. They were going to play the 49ers, and we stayed with the team in Napa. And on the drive from Napa down to Santa Clara, I said, let's stop off at the world headquarters, the LaRussa ARF headquarters. And Carson was about 4 or 5 years old. And we go inside, and they've got all the little pooches lined up, Doug. And you know what's going to happen next?
What?
Carson wants that little doggy right there. Mr. Pickles. Our family still talks about Mr. And Kim said, oh, we could probably take. We don't. I said, we're here for a football game. We're going to go home on the plane. I said, this is a disaster. We don't need. I go on this whole tirade. And I made the mistake later of telling Tony the story. And he said, I always thought you were a terrible person. Now I'm convinced. He said that Mr. Pickles was special. He actually knew who Mr. Pickles was.
He loved Mr.
He was pissed off that we didn't take it.
That's brutal.
What kind of dog was it?
It was one of those little fur balls. I don't know what kind of dog it was, but my family still talks about me being the Gestapo because I wouldn't take Mr. Pickles.
And the skipper knew Mr. Pickles and loved Mr. Pickles.
He seriously, it was on a radio show too. He said, I knew you were a bad guy, now I'm convinced.
We got to get LaRusso on to talk to him about Jackson's
intervention.
disdain.
Oh, God, I don't even want to. How would I answer any of that?
All dogs are better than most people. Piddles is absolute proof of that. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
See, I just don't, for the life of me, I don't get that. Some of you are so mean to other people, and yet dogs you can't touch them. You're so mean to other people. Not Sharon, not saying Sharon, but some people out there are just so awful to other humans. But God forbid anyone not like dogs. That's my contention.
Well, because they're more innocent than people.
Sure.
In the 101 ESPN YouTube chat, they say he doesn't like Pat McAfee either. What a piddles. That's from Willie in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat.
I like Pat McAfee on game day. Actually, I think I like the energy he brings. I think it's a nice mix-up with, like, Saban has...
But you don't like his show during the week.
It's not my thing.
And why isn't it your thing?
I don't know. It's, probably doing long-form sports talk radio means you don't listen to a lot of long-form sports talk content. Kind of, in a way.
I drive out here every Monday, and I'm listening to that Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve college football podcast that they record like at 1 in the morning every Saturday, Sunday morning.
Yeah, in my leisure time, I try to disconnect a little bit, and so more sports talk isn't necessary.
And that's when you're reading those Nancy Drew books?
But I listen to like Simmons and Rosillo all the time.
You're not still reading Nancy Drew books.
They're not Nancy Drew. They're thrillers that Tim calls Nancy Drew Hardy Boys.
Oh, yeah.
I can't win here.
I like the false narrative.
The false narrative is a friend of TMA for 2 decades.
The college game day set, the movie The Naked Gun nailed it. Remember in the booth, they're like, and I'm Jim Palmer, and I'm Kurt Gowdy, and I'm Dr. Joyce Brothers. They have like 8 people. They had 8 people in the broadcast booth. If you look at college game day, I don't know how they have a set big enough. There's typically
got the Stanford
6, 7, 8, 9 of them sitting on the set.
Or how they all keep from talking over one another.
Yeah. I feel bad for Reese Davis, who clearly, like, they're coming up against the 11 o'clock kickoff, and they haven't picked the games yet.
He gives them the hit with got to go quickly on this one.
Yeah, and McAfee is like doing his whole thing, and you can tell Reese Davis is just getting bombarded in his ear that they need to leave. That's brutal.
Number one, something tells me Jackson has a Jason Biggs situation with apple pie one time, and that's the source of his hate. Number two, anyone who refers to themselves as a dog mom or dog dad needs a reality check. I love my dogs, and they're a part of our family, but they aren't human children. Oh, and if you throw them a birthday party, please reevaluate your life. Thanks. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Jason, no, I don't like cooked fruit. That's my thing with apple pie.
Even cherry pie?
I don't want hot fruit. It's off-putting.
It isn't off-putting.
It's not pudding. Tee-hee.
Oh. Doesn't like
sneeze, Chairman.
Martin liked it. Martin really liked that. That's the hardest you've laughed in the show's history.
Chairman Kurt sneezed, but it felt like a drop. It was a real...
I did hear it. Thank you for the sneeze.
Why does alt-right-wing Burkett keep trying to shove the ice puck down our throats?
Alt-right-wing.
Jeez. Any Hoodles, Colts fell to the Fighting Bills. Time for a quarterback change? I don't care, but Doug sure thinks so. That's Brian Henson. He covers the Colts.
Alt-right boy. I love the Nelk boys. Yeah, that's my thing.
Is this 9-3?
It is.
Yes.
Clock's off the
You're
wrist.
in there Reese Davis mode now, fella.
All right, well, you will take a commercial break. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN. We got Monday Night Football right here on 101 ESPN, and maybe it's an opportunity for you to enjoy it with Underdog. Underdog, the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. That's Underdog, and maybe you think this is going to be a high-scoring game. You got some great receivers involved on both teams with tonight's festivities, and this season Underdog will be running a special promo or a bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And free picks, they're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. TMA, it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Jackson has announced that he is anti-dog on today's November 11th.
Tough position to take.
Looking for clicks.
That's what I'm desperately looking to do. I'm looking to really build up my brand.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anti-dog.
You like guinea pigs or anything?
No. Ugh. The smell.
Okay.
You ever smell the room with a guinea pig?
I saw you tweeting on Saturday. Fire drink, fire Kirby.
Were you tweeting that?
No.
Yeah. Drink shot. Oh, that wasn't you. Sorry.
Chairman Kurt, who has left the studio.
Yeah, Twitter.
He's with the musicians. There's two of them.
Two musicians coming on.
And they brought their gear.
Oh, are they going to play some tunes here at the 10 o'clock hour? Doug, it's a variety show.
Okay.
You've always said ours is the kind of
program where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
There you go. And that's what we've had happening here. We've had Josh Schertz, we've had Andy Strickland, we've had Joey Vitale. Who else was over?
Rich Gould.
And now, Martin, the name of the band?
Jig Jam.
Jig Jam.
They've got a show Thursday at Off-Broadway.
And they're going to be playing Irish tunes in here?
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of got the Mumford vibes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to
Tullymore.
I'm looking forward to hearing this.
Yeah.
They're going to be in studio coming up here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. We have absolutely mismanaged the clock. That's Jackson's fault, of course.
My bad.
It's not my fault. Design Air has the sponsor of the email of the day. That is coming your way at 10:45. Martin, would you like to tell us about Seth Goldcamp's company?
Absolutely. Fourth generation St. Louis business. I love hearing about St. Louis success stories. That's what Seth Goldcamp and his family have done because they've taken good care of folks for tens of thousands of customers. Think about that. Longest running TMA supporter. You should go to them in spite of that. Best known for their honesty, going above and beyond. They're not going to upsell. A lot of times the HVAC person comes in, you're thinking repair, they're thinking sales. They don't do that. They'll give you what you need. They actually train their employees not to upsell. That's a big difference here. They take their reputation very seriously. Website easy to navigate. Get that scheduling done online. DesignAir.net. We're sort of transitioning right now. It's getting a little chilly in the morning. Got to turn the heater on, make sure everything is running properly, get a tune-up, get things checked out with the fine folks at Design Air. Again, online, it's DesignAir.net. Schedule your appointment today.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day. Send yours in. See if you can compete with the legends like Buck Swope in the JV golf coach and Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. That comes your way at about 10:45. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. Missed anything on the show today? Already joined by Tom Hart, who called the Missouri-Oklahoma game and will be calling Missouri-South Carolina. Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond all on the show. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app, and you can go back and podcast anytime you would like, plus the TMA STL app. All right, we'll take a commercial break and welcome Irish band Jig Jam to the studio here on 101. Take a break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The 10 o'clock hour is sponsored by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt answering the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Martin, this is a variety program. I mean, let's be honest about what this is.
Yeah, I'm new here, so I didn't know exactly what the 10 o'clock hour was, and I often have a thing.
Right.
So I thought maybe we'd mix it up a little bit, and these guys are great. The band is Jig Jam, and they were sort of the house band at McGurk's for a while. These guys are from Tullamore, Ireland. They've toured the U.S., and now they're back in St. Louis playing a show Thursday night at Off-Broadway. Welcome to the show. We've got Jamie and Dahi. Jamie, step to the mic. Dahi, come on up. Come on up. Don't be shy. These guys will hammer away with questions, hard-hitting questions.
Yeah. Absolutely. So how long you guys play at McGurk's? Like, how long did that go on before you kind of got going here?
Probably since 2016 was the first year.
Yeah.
So aside from the pandemic, we've been there every year, kind of throughout the year. We'd use it for when we wouldn't be on the road. We'd do 3 or 4 weeks at a time in McGurk's.
Yeah. And so how did you go from Tullamore to McGurk's? How does that process take place?
We got a tip from an Irish musician, a friend of ours that played in McGurk's for years, and he said it's a great place to go and, you know, get a residency gig that you can stay in one spot for a while.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, a lot of the reason that we're kind of still surviving as a band and been able to use it as a platform to tour America and, you know, have a home base at the same time.
Sure.
Well, what's the meaning of the name Jig Jam?
Go on, Dahi, you explain.
What's that all about?
That's a good question. Jamie's sister actually came up with the name back when we were gigging at home, gigging in all the pubs and doing bar gigs and stuff. What does it mean, Jamie?
So back onto me. Well, Jig is an Irish dance tune, and jam, I suppose, is the jam aspect of, you know, jamming together and whatever. So Jig Jam, yeah, kind of describes what we do, I suppose. So
gotcha. Nice.
This show's kind of a jig jam, don't you think?
I like that. Now
a little
that I hear
bit.
it, I kind of like it.
We're kind of the jig jam of sports radio, question mark, I would say. What have you enjoyed about touring the U.S.? I'd love to hear some tales. These guys have been all over. You're from Ireland, from small town. By the way, Tullamore Dew has been a sponsor of this show.
Tullamore Dew has been a sponsor of this program. That is correct.
Very fitting we're here, so.
Yeah.
Tell us about touring the U.S.
Yeah, it's interesting. We get to see, I think there's 2 states that we haven't been to, so we've been to pretty much most of them, and I think it's just quite interesting seeing the vast difference in culture as everywhere you go around the States. Such a big country that, you know, you could be in Phoenix, Arizona one day and looking around you and compare it to somewhere up in Massachusetts. You know, it's such different landscape and different scenery, and you get to experience so many different people. And yeah, we just enjoy it. We enjoy meeting new people and trying to taste a bit of their culture as we go along. So,
we hear that the people of Ireland are quite friendly. How do the people of the United States compare to your...
It's a great question.
Thank you, Martin, fellow countrymen.
Yeah, I think they're friendly too. I think the Midwest especially is very open and very friendly. That's another reason why we like St. Louis. We were very much welcomed with open arms since we moved here a couple of years ago. You know, people were excited to have a few Irish lads knocking around and... You know, and you said that we were playing music, you know, people were all very much on board and helping us out and, you know, bringing us into the community, and it's been great that way.
Yeah.
Have you been to New York? And if so, do you still think Americans are friendly?
Oh, look, New York is crazy. It's very busy, and I know Manhattan is one of the first places I was in the States when I was younger. But look, people are... I don't know how to describe New York. People are getting from A to B in the quickest form that they can.
Little aggressive. Bit aggressive.
I still look at it's a novelty for us as Irish people. We don't see a city of that magnitude ever at home, you know, so it's very much novelty. But look, I get it. People are doing their thing and everyone's living their own lives, so once you don't take it too personally, if someone busts you out of the way on the subway, you're not too bad.
The gang from Jig Jam here, Dahi, Jamie, these guys have played Grand Ole Opry. Tell them about meeting and hanging out with Garth Brooks.
Yeah, it was our first time on the Opry. We got asked to play in March 2023. Steve Earle was on the bill, which was very exciting for us. He'd be a big inspiration to us as musicians, but a surprise guest at the end. We were just off the stage and we saw 2 police officers standing in the hallway, and we were wondering if there was something going on, and it was a police escort for Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood as surprise guests on the night. So yeah, we got to meet him, and he was very nice, and he's a big fan of Ireland. He always goes over. He's a huge following at home in Ireland, so he was very interested in chatting us, and he was a lovely fella, and so was Trish, and yeah, it was a very surreal experience, but it was great. It was definitely one to tick off the bucket list.
No, man, that's incredible to get an opportunity to meet them. You guys have been in St. Louis now for a good number of years, right? What have you found that you like about St. Louis?
We like a lot of the people here. We have a great little community there in Soulard, great friends and fellow musicians as well. So we do some random gigs with a lot of great musicians around here as well.
And that McGurk's is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
we like the food there. The music's great.
Yeah.
You sure haven't lost the accent. Do you feel like people in the United States talk funny?
No, we're very used to it now. Growing up on kind of American television as well at home, we're kind of used to it. So it's when we first came over, it's a bit of a novelty for us as well. But
it seems fairly normal now.
Is there sports radio in Ireland, and are they ranting and raving about curling? What are they talking about?
There is sports radio, yeah. Hurling is the sport. Hurling and Gaelic football are the two national sports, so they're very popular at home because they're unique to Ireland. Rugby is also quite popular at home, but yeah, the same sports channels go on in Ireland, and people dissecting every moment of every match that went on, and who should have been playing, and why that lad should have passed the ball to that lad. And I think that's the beauty of sports, though, isn't it? It keeps everybody interested and brings people together. And
you get hot takes over there too.
Yeah, second guessing.
Yeah.
Tim here is very Irish. Last name McKernan. Have you run into any McKernans in Ireland?
Oh, there's a few, yeah.
You've run into actual McKernans?
Yeah, well, it's a popular name to be.
Nice. Because I thought the name was Kiernan, and then when they came over here, they stuck the Mick on it. That's what they did to us over in Ellis Island.
They were running.
That's the deal. Yeah.
There's Kiernans at home as well, yeah. There's a bit of everything, yeah. You never know who you'd meet.
Yeah, kind of shady fellas, those McKernans.
What are you trying to say, Martin?
No, I was just curious. I'm new here.
Well, boys, you brought your instruments, so we're actually going to get to hear you play. This is going to be quite a treat.
A blast of. We wrote a song about McGurk's for years that we were there.
Nice.
Let's go straight. Yeah. Well, it's a sunny day in Soulard, and I'm feeling like a beer. Johnny D just down the road, I know I'll get one there. Yeah, well, I know my drink with a friendly smile, a perfect harmony. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. Well, we get lucky on the weekends, and it's good for you and me. It's John D. McGurk's, and it's bound to set you free. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. We'll take a stroll down Russell Boulevard on a Sunday afternoon. The Cardinals are singing and the blues will be there soon. We got Irish songs and bluegrass tunes and Lucky Symphony. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. Well, we get lucky on the weekends, and it's good for you and me. It's John D. McGurk's, and it's bound to set you free. And it's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. Here we got music legends on the wall, but they don't speak a word. A couple of whiskeys later, and they all sing like a bird. We got pickers from Texas, sunny gold, and here in the Missouri. And it's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis. It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis. Yeah, we get lucky on the weekends, and it's good for you and me. It's John D. McGurk's, and it's bound to set you free. Oh, it's the heartbeat of here. It's the heartbeat of the Missouri. It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis.
Oh, scat.
Doug, you like good scat play.
Scatting, yeah.
You can almost insert TMA for St. Louis.
You
I
think
think
so?
you can probably kind of work TMA into that. Yeah.
Oh,
very cool.
That was great, guys. Thank you so much. And I noticed the Irish dialect is lost when you're singing. At least that's what I hear. Do you notice that? What's the deal? What's going on there?
I don't know. I think it's listening to too much Bruce Springsteen growing up. Yeah.
Who are some of your favorite Irish artists? I mean, there have been plenty of Irish artists that come over to the U.S. and have anybody pop popular for you guys either now or growing up?
Tin Lizzy
was a big rock band for us growing up, yeah.
Sinead O'Connor, was she Irish?
Yeah, she's indeed.
She's great.
The Cranberries.
Yeah.
And Van Morrison.
Van Morrison,
Yeah, some legendary ones. U2.
U2, yeah.
Nowadays you have Hosier's doing very well over here.
Yeah.
Do people yell out U2 songs for you to play? Like,
do
hey,
it.
without you. You're like, well, we're not an Irish cover band.
Yeah, we kind of stuck it to a guy before somewhere in New Hampshire. It was a bluegrassy concert, and he was kind of like a heckler. But he was saying, sing U2. So I just said to the boys, right, let's sing U2. So he didn't expect us to play it. And we kind of played about a 10-minute version of the U2 song.
They stuck it to him. I like that.
I like that phrase.
Did you guys start playing together as little kids, or did you meet up later in life?
Kind of in our teens. Would have been around the time when we started playing together. It was just a bit of fun, really, for the first few years.
And then all of a sudden it becomes a gig, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Tullymore would be on the train, Timmy. If you were taking the train from Dublin to Galway, it's on the way across. The
it
country.
looks like it's right in the middle of the country, right?
It is indeed.
All right. Well, these boys will be at Off Broadway, Jig Jam, their St. Louis show coming up on this Thursday at Off Broadway. Thanks, guys, for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate it. There you go. Jig Jam Thursday Off
Oh,
Broadway. Yeah, I know. There's a little song there. That's Jig Jam. Check them out this Thursday at Off Broadway. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more of TMA here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's Team A, and it's presented to you by Brown and Croup in Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett with you. Martin exited with Jig Jam.
I think he's going to join the group.
Martin is leaving to join the group.
Yeah.
You're welcome to get involved on the program by texting in 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Calling Chairman Kurt. And you can do so in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And coming up in about 20 minutes, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That was a positively reviewed segment in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and it looks like it as well in the TMA YouTube chat, where 239 friends are still gathered there, and 96 in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Doug, you can pick your poison. Which one you want to go in there and talk it over?
Oh, well, either one. I think everybody likes a good Irish jam every now and then.
Great.
Yeah. Wouldn't you love to be able to play a instrument like that?
Well, you played the licorice stick.
I did play a little bit of clarinet, but it was never invited in by a radio station to play anything.
I played the trumpet. Jackson, would you play?
Saxophone.
Saxophone. And Chairman Kurt, would you play?
I don't have a musical bone in my body.
You could sing, though. You could be our vocalist.
Drums, maybe?
I might put on a little performance at trivia night, actually.
Oh,
really?
What are you going to be doing?
It's either going to be some Whitney Houston, or I might bring back a little Cassie Moore. Yeah.
That's this Friday at St. Gabriel's.
If I hadn't torpedoed that relationship, maybe we could have had her in town for trivia
Can
night.
you even imagine? If you want to participate in trivia nights, tmastl.com. That's at St. Gabriel's this Friday night. And $50 per person gets you all your food and drink. That is from Show Me Beverages and Heavy Smoke Barbecue. And it's tables of 8, but you can just get 1 ticket or you can get up to 8 tickets. It's this Friday night. We will all be there. Martin is going to be there. Iggy is going to be there. We welcome you to come on out for TMA Trivia Night. Maybe it's a chance to get to know us, and we'll get to know you.
And bring your instruments.
And bring your own food and drinks and your instruments, because Chairman Kurt is going to perform. It's a Monday, Doug, and that means Jackson has his weekend wrap-up?
Oh. Well,
why do you...
Well, it just seems kind of general, and... We've kind of wrapped up the weekend already.
Listen, you were gone for 3 days. Don't come in complaining about what Jackson's doing.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry.
My guy.
I couldn't be any sorrier than I am right now.
It's okay. What we didn't get to was the Utah AD and head coach.
The Banty Roosters.
Did
you see the end of this game, Doug?
I did not.
Wow.
I read about it. They got
4th and 10. And the BYU quarterback is going down, sacked. They're celebrating in Salt Lake. And then all of a sudden, hold on, there's a flag in the secondary, and that flag is for defensive holding. BYU gets the first down. Their season is saved. They go down the field and kick what I think was about a 45-yard field goal to win it, and they defeat the Utes to maintain the undefeated record. They were not happy on the Utah side, both their athletic director and the head coach, Kyle Whittingham, going off following the game. They have been fined $60,000 by the Big 12 for these comments. Take a listen.
Here's Kyle Whittingham.
All right, hit the lever,
Can we go over those last two? Obviously, those big penalties or timeout.
No, I don't want to go over those. They are what they are. They are what they are. It's a ridiculous situation, but I'm not going to get into it. So, yeah.
He just did.
And then the more inflammatory audio is the AD of Utah.
Let's hear that, please, Jackie.
I've been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
Not even sure he wants to be in the Big 12 anymore.
Leaving the conference, he's issued a statement and thanked the media, and off they go. The Big 12's response was no problem, $60,000 if you please.
I would have thought it had been more. I would have thought...
Oh, that's the highest fine they've ever had.
Really?
Yeah.
For post-game comments?
You don't mess around with Brett Yarmark, the Big 12 commissioner.
I noticed that you might have looked down right before you said that.
No, I was just contemplating. I wasn't reading anything, of course.
You don't want to go against
I know
Yarmark.
all the commissioners very well.
For the AD, I mean, you guys have been covering sports a lot longer than I've been watching them, but have you ever seen an AD come up to the press room?
It's usually the coach.
Yeah, like during like a post-game presser, like maybe at the end of the season wrap-up thing maybe, but for an AD just to even be in the press room during a post-game press conference.
That's Mark Harlan. He was fined $40,000 individually. The Big 12 reprimanded him by saying Mark's comments irresponsibly challenged the professionalism of our officials and the integrity of the Big 12. There is a right way and a wrong way to voice concerns. Unfortunately, Mark chose the wrong way. Accordingly, the violation warrants a public reprimand and a financial penalty. The Big 12 Conference prioritizes professionalism, integrity, and fairness, and we will continue to do so.
Do you think there's even the slightest possibility that a conference would get together with officials and say it would really be nice for us if BYU were to win this game? That doesn't happen, right?
I hate to tell you that in the back of my mind, I wonder about that. I thought it when I saw I think the most egregious. I don't know on this. The broadcaster was like, oh, that's a great call by the officials.
I know, I saw that.
I never really saw a great video of the replay of the hold call. The one that was the worst all year to me is obvious. Virginia Tech Miami, right?
Yeah, that was
because
the worst
there was nothing to overturn it. And then after 7.5 minutes, they finally found something to overturn it.
Yeah, that was way worse to me than. And the big thing on this defensive holding call in Utah, the only camera angle seemed to be 150 yards away. Like there was no close-up, no opposite reverse shot where you could see it. It was just so far. I don't know if it was a good call or bad call. It looked pretty harmless, but Yeah, Big 12 is getting one team in no matter what, likely going to be their only team. So BYU wins or loses that game. I don't know how much motivation the Big 12 has for that.
I would like to think there's no big conspiracy happening.
Yeah.
I mean, a referee could call holding on every single play if he wanted to.
Right.
All it would take is one ref to think, I'd kind of like to see BYU win this. Let's call holding.
Yeah, defensive holding is that's a kick in the ass. Is what it is.
I'd like to think no one would do that. I can't believe that they would.
Right. Yeah, I would also like to think that, but we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah,
and crazier stories have come out. But I don't necessarily. But don't you think that for 40 or 60 grand, that Utah ID and coach just bought so much equity with their fans for going out there and saying that?
Probably so. Yeah, and I have a feeling the money won't be coming out of their pockets personally.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. This Friday night is the third annual TMA Trivia Night at St. Gabriel's. Purchase single tickets, tables of 8, or anything in between to participate in a night of trivia hosted by us on TMA. Tickets include food from Heavy Smoke Barbecue and adult beverages from Show Me Beverages while supplies last. You can bring your own food and drink as well. A portion of the proceeds from the night will go to St. Gabriel's. Get all the ticket details for the TMA Trivia Night happening this Friday right now at 101ESPN.com. Get your table, or you can just get with one other person, and you'll be put on a table. It's our third annual Trivia Night, 7:30 this Friday night at St. Gabriel, the Archangel, Tam and Nottingham, Jackie Papers. Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of the St. Gabriel Picnic. How about that? Yeah. And our email today. I am a Design Air Heating and Cooling client. I recommend Design Air to our loyal listeners here on TMA. Seth Goldcamp is the 4th generation owner of Design Air Heating and Cooling, and he prides himself on no upselling, just delivering quality service when you need it. Still wonderful temperatures, Doug. The forecast is still glorious. Even when I go all the way to next Wednesday, temperatures with highs in the upper 50s. And we're approaching Thanksgiving at that point.
My tall fescue is doing quite well now.
Now, Tim, because of the rain.
Yep, it's doing quite well.
It took care of you. And this week we got a high of 65 today, high of 58 tomorrow, 60 on Wednesday, 60 on Thursday, 63 on Friday and Saturday, and 67 on Sunday. Everybody's going to be moving to St. Louis. Property value skyrocketing, and they'll all do business with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It's 10:32 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way at 10:45. BK and Ferrario coming your way at 11 o'clock. This program is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan to tell you about Aesthetic Design and Build, a new sponsor on TMA, and I have gotten a chance to meet the team at Aesthetic Design and Build. Went out to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they came to my house, and I can tell you that Dan and his team are people you want to do business with if you are in the market for a custom deck, if you're adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They have answers for it all. And the best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. Call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008, or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. And let them know that TMA sent you.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose 8-1 on Saturday to the Capitals. Off day today. They will be taking on the Boston Bruins tomorrow night. Pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Monday Night Football action tonight on 101 ESPN. Rams, Dolphins. Pregame at 6:30. Kickoff at 7:15. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, that's a nice. Is that our return music?
It wasn't supposed to be. I was supposed to play "You Got the Touch," but then that was opened and the thing was the rejoin was playing, so I had no choice. And you said, you know what? Could be worse.
That could be used for the new segment.
Who's grifting?
Who's grifting?
Yeah. When I see some grifting, that could definitely be the case. But that's like a specific social media.
Can I hear it one more time? It puts me in a happy place because, Doug, this is the foundation of the quote-unquote journalism industry in 2024.
Right. Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Who was that can also summarize social media.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Who was that talking? Yeah, where did that come from? I sent you I was just scrolling TikTok. We were out with the family yesterday. The boys were on the playground, and I'm just like, I'll just scroll through for some sound for tomorrow's program. And what was this gentleman worked up about?
So apparently Chapel Roan.
Doug Chapel Roan.
Springfield, Missouri. Who's
friend of the show.
Major star. She was just on SNL like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
She apparently fired her manager, and this guy used to be a manager of some sort in the music or entertainment industry, and just went on a 3-minute rant about how all these artists suck and they just fire their managers. And they're like, well, if someone would have founded the company, and built it from the ground up, they'd be called a founder. But when that happens in music, you're fired and you're left out. And it's like, well, they're humans; they're not necessarily companies, but whatever.
Doesn't matter the circumstances.
He was fired up, and I didn't listen to all of it, but I heard enough.
Hey, how about Janet? She says, I enjoyed listening to the banjo.
Oh, good.
I thought they were great.
Yeah. Jig Jam, the name of the band that was in studio earlier here in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, which will conclude with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in for the festivities. Doug, a lot of Missouri and blues conversation earlier in the program. If you missed anything, go back and podcast via the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Those are presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Missouri's opponent on Saturday is South Carolina. They are now ranked ahead of Missouri. They are 6-3. Missouri is 7-2, but they certainly have more impressive wins than Missouri does. And South Carolina has lost at Alabama, at home against LSU, and at home against Ole Miss. So their losses are against some legit teams, and 2 of those 3 losses were super close. The one against Ole Miss, they were blown off the field at home. Shane Beamer was talking it over following their win over Vanderbilt on Saturday, and he decided to get banty kind of like Drinkwitz did following Missouri's win over Oklahoma. Take a listen, Doug. Here's South Carolina head coach Shane Beamer.
Hit the lever, Jackie.
The people that do the rankings don't think we're worth a crap, and that's fine. Keep crapping on us. That's the way we like it as well. Don't rank us this week. We're good where we are. We just like to just lay low and work really, really hard and come out and have fun on Saturdays as well. I promised Sir Big Spur I would do this. I'm disappointed that Sir Big Spur's not here. I think it's ridiculous that this is the only place apparently in the SEC that doesn't allow live mascots in the stadium, and that's what makes this league special, is the fact that LSU can have a freaking tiger at their stadium tonight, but we can't bring Sir Big Spur. So Sir Big Spur came over and gave us a send-off before we left the facility yesterday, and I told them I would say hello to Sir Big Spur in the press conference, so we miss you guys. Come on, Vandy, do better.
Now, what exactly is Sir Big Spur?
It's a live rooster that they...
Banty rooster.
Okay.
So the live mascot. What's your favorite live mascot? You like that giant Bengal tiger they have on the side at Baton Rouge?
That'd be hard to beat.
Yeah.
I like Ugga.
Bevo? What
Ugga's
Bevo?
pretty good.
Texas?
Smokey at Tennessee is pretty good.
What the bison? What's his Ralphie?
Ralphie.
And when you say Georgia has a pug, Jackson?
I said I didn't know. I was confused. Dog breeds, I don't know them very well.
Because you don't like dogs, so why would you know the breeds?
Yeah, more or less, yeah. There seems to be a lot, and a pug and that sort of bulldog look kind of similar, for being honest. None of them can breathe correctly. Either way, I think
You're respiratory shaming.
Well, I wish these dogs could breathe better. That's what I want. I'm looking out for the dogs.
Smash
Everyone else
nose, yeah,
is just
hard to
putting them out there on display, not me. I kind of like Bevo, the longhorn thing.
Okay.
That would scare me, though.
So the league won't allow them to have their rooster on the sideline?
Vandy won't.
Vandy
would not let them bring their live rooster.
How much trouble can a rooster cause?
That's what I was wondering.
I guess it could spur a few people. Roosters can be nasty.
They got those necks.
Yeah. They can be kind of nasty, I think.
Yeah.
So the rooster Sir Big Spur not allowed at Vanderbilt, and they use that as motivation to take care of the Commodores and Diego Pavia, who's now suing the NCAA for eligibility.
He wants to play more. And he says, we're not ranked, and that's the way we like it. Is that what he said? He said something like that.
So keep crapping on us. That's what we like. Sounds like a scat play invitation, and people
it isn't.
Haven't really covered that enough.
We don't kink shame. It's going to be kind of weird, like assuming Missouri doesn't drop in the rankings and South Carolina doesn't enter the rankings, you're going to have a ranked team going on the road and being almost a 2-touchdown underdog. That's going to look weird, is it not? Is that going to look really weird? I think South Carolina will be ranked.
I would imagine South Carolina will be ranked tomorrow night. Yeah. I realize you saw the AP rankings and coaches poll rankings yesterday, but we're talking college football playoff rankings.
Yeah, I would assume that. I don't think Mizzou's going to fall out, and I think South Carolina will enter the rankings, but that would be really weird if the 23rd team in the nation was 2-touchdown underdogs on the road.
Your thoughts on any topic are welcome here by texting in and participating in the YouTube chat. And we've got that email of the day coming your way here in a matter of moments. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in and compete against the greats like Buck Swope and the JV golf coach. The email address is the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Hey, are you feeling like you've lost your edge or energy, focus, or drive? Is it what it used to be? Guess what? It's time to get back on track with Mentality. Mentality, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. From personalized treatment plans to ongoing support, Mentality ensures your journey with them is effective and comfortable. I went out there and I got tested. Super easy in and out. It's Mentality at lowtusa.com. If you're struggling to keep off the weight or maintain muscle, testosterone levels could be the culprit. Let Mentality check it out for you by going to lowtusa.com. It's Mentality at lowtusa.com. Munganast is the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. They pride themselves on being accessible to TMA listeners, so much so that they have set up a phone number for you to text or call and talk with the people in charge, like Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, and in the service department, Ryan Seiberg. The number is 314-252-0029. Call or text anytime you would like if you're looking to buy a car, looking to lease a car, or if you need to get your car serviced. That's what they're going to do. They're going to take great care of you. That's why I have been a loyal customer of Munganast for a number of years now. 314-252-0029, or go online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Let's inspire some people here, Doug.
Okay. Now, who is this?
Marky Mark.
John C. Riley.
Who's dancing aggressively behind the glass.
There's a part of me that thinks they did some junk.
At the least.
It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. James Carlton sponsored Gabe DeArmond. He joined us at 9 o'clock. If you missed anything, go back and podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app and the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. James Carlton has 394 five-star reviews. And he's my insurance agent, so it's very easy for me to vouch for him. I think very highly of him. Talked a lot with James on, was that Friday or Saturday?
I don't know the days still.
Talked to him, but I know he was heading down to Columbia for the Fighting Tigers against Oklahoma, Boomers Sooner, and James is a loyal listener and loyal sponsor of TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. When you call James, call him right now. Somebody in the St. Louis area is going to answer the phone. He is going to take great care of you at the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Okay, let's hope they're clean and nice.
Buck Swope has 3 wins this month. JV Golf Coach has 2 wins. And new 101 ESPN listener, my cousin Vinny, has a win. Happy Monday, lads.
Okay.
Hope the weekend was great. Mine was a gem. After my first career win, the wife and I took Vinny Jr. and Vito to Kokomo Joe's for laser tag and arcade games to celebrate. Then strolled down to Hooters to cap off a pretty amazing Friday. When I thought the day couldn't get any better, Vinny Jr. looks at the Hooters girl with a smile, then looks at Vito. Both erupt in laughter during their maiden voyage to Cleavageville.
No.
Saturday morning was spent inside the batting cage teaching the youngsters the importance of hitting singles consistently rather than selling out for the long ball. Vito interrupts the lesson and says this is the same crap some weirdo named Chris was spewing in the bathroom at Kokomo Joe's last night. I fired back at the smart-mouthed 8-year-old. This isn't Summer League, Vito. This is 6 a.m. whitey ball lessons. How about them Tigers? The takeaway robe getting passed around the Mizzou sideline just like the potato salad at Promiscuous Paul's house. It's always a scoop and score for the win there, too. Let's have a week, boys. I'm off to, Doug, how do you pronounce this?
Well, how's it spelled?
Vivola's Express?
I think you nailed it, Tim.
For lunch with the family, my cousin Vinny. That's the place that Herman tells us we need to go to.
My cousin Vinny.
Oh, I see Engineer Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man was in there, but he got filtered.
Well, he got suspended 2 days.
Oh, is that the reason why he's out?
Yes.
Among others.
Welcome back, Doug. We missed you so much. It's a crime that you were forced to wait 2 hours for a car. If I was working at that rental counter, I would have moved you to the front of the line by kicking all the other customers out of the airport faster than Stan Kroenke kicks people out of public restrooms. Mizzou pulls off a huge comeback win over their longtime rival. And how do you guys celebrate their thrilling victory? By bringing on an international band to scat about a local pub. Do you think there is a sports radio show somewhere in Dublin taking a break from their Gaelic football coverage right now so a few heavy-breathing diabetic Americans can sing "No Chance"?
No.
At least the fellas from Jig Jam didn't bring any barking dogs with them. If you watch the live stream on YouTube, you could clearly see Jackson scowl and get increasingly angrier every time Tom Hart's dog howled louder than a horny werewolf. NBA boy hates dogs so much so that he actually smiled and clapped when Tom Hart mentioned giving up his pup for adoption. The simple thought of another guy abandoning his pet should not bring you so much joy, pal. Lastly, it's not surprising here that Martin left the Mizzou game early, considering he leaves TMA early every single day. Don't be shocked when he also leaves the TMA trivia night after the 6th round on Friday night because he, quote, has something he has to do. He may be a heartless dog hater, but at least Jackson stays for the entire show. That's from the JV Golf Coach.
Ouch. JV Golf Coach.
Morning, boys. Mediocre show this morning, but maybe I'm still down bad since I've officially lived long enough to see Kirby Smart get out coached by Lane Kiffin. Anyway, the show advanced this morning when Doggy Jack, who once confused UGA with an effing pug, went ahead and let the 101 listeners know his feelings on man's best friend. What he doesn't know is many of the Catholic schools in #OurTown are able to keep the lights on because of dogs. You haven't lived until you've seen 2 to 3 dads get into a D-measuring contest at the annual school auction as they try to outbid each other on a golden retriever puppy in a last-ditch effort to save their second marriage. Oh.
Damn.
That's what's going on at these grade schools?
Wow. Well, scathing.
Yeah. Nothing, and I mean nothing, adds juice to your wife's hourly multi-level marketing Facebook posts like mixing in a filtered pic of their #new coworker. This Etsy shop ain't gonna run itself. That's from Al in Dadeville. Pug up, beat Vol.
Al in Dadeville.
Doug, watch this.
All right.
I love Georgia against Tennessee this weekend.
Don't do that with your tongue.
love Georgia against Tennessee this weekend. And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. It turns out the 7-goal lead is the most dangerous lead in hockey as the Blues were lit up 8-1 by Ovechkin and the Capitals. The Missouri Chiefs once again looked vulnerable, yet remained undefeated on a last-second blocked field goal. Mizzou's offense looked like crap in the first half, but it was all according to Drink's plan to not play well until Martin had left the game as the Tigers emerged victorious after a humdinger of a fourth quarter. But I think the lead is that after the game, Mizzou's 41-year-old head football coach fired up Twitter at 1 a.m. and held a random sports analyst accountable for a prisoner-of-the-moment tweet calling for Drink's firing that was tweeted out during the first half when Mizzou's offense was purposefully not scoring touchdowns. Fortunately or unfortunately, Drink isn't on the fan page where our former board op and resident Takesmith had posted something similar. To his credit, after the game, said Takesmith, who you might have seen last week on KSTK and the River to Pear Buyers Club, added, "I hope Drink comes at me with one of his 7th grade zingers after winning the Holiday Bowl." Ours is the type of presentation where a 50-something day drinker feels free to drop in at any time and update us on the goings and comings and comings and goings of Francis Park and hold a Slipknot t-shirt wearing goth accountable to hogging the best swing. Good on Libby Jack for playing the hits after being held accountable by Mitch Cumstein for his lame return music selections.
Oh, yeah. I wrote and directed and produced those, of course.
If Libby Jack just put half as much effort into his music selections as he did trolling the audience with his random NBA Sports Center updates, we'll continue to hear Jimmy Somerville sing about going to bed with a prayer that your son makes love to him. Thanks. That's Buck Swope. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling.
With a nice little email.
Email of the day.
I think it's between Buck and Al in Dadeville, but I'm going to go ahead and give it to Buck Swope.
I'm going Al and Dadeville.
I was going Al and Dadeville as well, and I thought we would go to the speaker, but wow, everybody was on the same page with Al and Dadeville. Doug, you recognize him, even though you went with Buck Swamp. I thought we had a number of good selections. Congratulations to Alan Dadeville. He's on the board and has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Chairman Kurt, for Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.